Yo. Haven't streamed in a bit. Been super busy, man. Like, July is just typically when all my relatives are coming back, and it just kind of sucks that it coincides with, you know, this whole thing that I'm doing, but it is what it is. I do have more free time this week at least. So if I can, I'll stream tomorrow. But that's gonna be I'll see. Because I do have to edit as well. I have the caster calls vid ready for tomorrow. So I'm gonna worry about that. I have just probably gotta make a couple of reacts today, and I'll stream on Thursday for sure. I don't know if I'll be able to stream tomorrow, just because I kind of have to pump out some shorts. I've been neglecting the short side of things, and yeah, I've just been doing full long form videos, which is good, but not really promoting them on other websites, which is a thing I need to get back on. I've I calibrated freaking iron. I climbed to bronze. Let's hope I don't fall. I play worse on stream. I generally do play worse on stream. It's weird. It's hard to focus. That's what it is. The whole, you know, reading chat and playing at the same time, it's difficult. I haven't gotten used to that yet. Especially if I'm playing roles that are like lane heavy, like ADC. Not used to that shit. A long ass queue. It's afternoon. Although it's only a public holiday here where I am. Jungle. Camille support. I can't remember the last time I saw a good Camille support. It's mostly people trying to copy carry. It never works. Okay. Dude, I met a Shaco yesterday not yesterday, I didn't play yesterday. The day before? That just bodied my ass in jungle. He got to every freaking single objective before I even could think of it. And he positioned himself like in the lanes to get those objectives with his teammates. It was insane. I still won though, because I think I was the better champ. And I killed him. No. What a fucking role swap when you already picked? If you say you didn't pick, then it's fine. I could have played a Riven or something. So they're pretty... I forgot what Aatrox does, but my primary target is definitely just go for Ashe. Make Ashe's life miserable this game. Vel'Koz is diveable too. Locke, if he doesn't have his jumps, or if he's already used his jumps, then it's diveable as well, but mostly just Ashe, I think. Yeah, I'm sticking to the build I know. I don't want to be switching around to stuff I don't know how to play yet. Cause I tried the crit build, right? It's just not for me. You can't survive. You can barely survive. It sucks. I can kill people really fast, but I also die really fast. Check if the music is too loud. I think it's fine. I haven't played Vi in a bit, so maybe I kind of have to use one of these games to play Vi as well. So otherwise, I'll get rusty. What is he doing? Oh. They're jungler AFK'd, I guess. That's unfortunate, man. I actually had a game where we immediately like killed two or three of their people. And they immediately just remade because I think one guy was AFK, which was lucky for them. But I've been seeing a lot of levers in this region, at least. The people who just go 0-2, 0-3 in their lanes and just they peace out. It sucks. Like, just play. It's not hard. Just play. But it always sucks because they leave after the 3-minute time. I think 3 minutes is a bit too fast. At least make it 5, right? In Dota, it's 5. Bottom. I play Jinx, I never want to see this. I could just swap this guy's number if he wants to. Unless he wants to pick early, then it's fine. Like, if he plays Riven, he doesn't give a shit, right? So, understandable. Southeast Asia, bro. Southeast Asia. Come on. I understand Mel, but banning Morgana? And funniest shit happened in one of the games I played. A Briar ulted Morgana, no, Briar ulted Mel from base, and Mel reflected it, and our Mel just flew to their fountain and died. Funniest shit ever. It's like an anti-mage reflecting a Bara charge. And your anti-mage just immediately starts bull rushing towards them. Oh, I don't like this already. Oh, Riven and Yasuo. What does Braum do? Oh, I don't like this already. So he has a big ass slow. I don't know if that's a knockup, I didn't see it. Dude. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Hopefully the lane doesn't go bad then. Who's their support? Is it Braum support? Braum and Ashe? Yasuo mid, Viego jungle, Riven top. That's what I'm guessing. These gonna suck. Unless I'm fed. But even if I fed, I could just feed in the blink of an eye. Damn, 2012. I need to wake the fuck up. Wake the fucker up. I don't think other servers get slow loading times. Maybe they do. I guess in Korea they don't, because Korea's pretty freaking fast, right? Probably live for 20 minutes, can't even get a game. That's crazy. Cam on. Mostly the Yasuo and the vehicle, right? I gotta watch out for. Riven. Riven has a freaking gap close as well, so 3. And Brahms CC. These are gonna suck. Unless they suck. But I definitely think players, like lower ranked players in League. Is he dead? They did a shit. They both use flash. Yo, Yan, what is good? I am suffering. Oh, that's the thing. He basically got bitch slapped. Oh boy. Oh boy. These do be feeling like one of them games. He's getting invaded.
Come on. What's the worst that could happen?
That's like the first time I've seen an invade in ranked. Okay, that's good. That's nice.
An ally has been slain.
Prom Ash is difficult to play.
I really need a new gun.
It could be worse. I've seen a freaking... Dude, I lane with Yumi and it just feels like it's a 1v2. I do not like playing with Yumi. Fuck up my car.
An enemy has been slain.
Be chill. Challenger is 6 matches, dude. Good luck, my guy. I hope you win all the way there ASAP. Oh shit, I clicked. Is this...
Stands for Jinx.
What server are you playing again? Challengers is insane. I don't think I can ever hit challengers. Nani kore? Nani kore? I fucked up so hard. I could have flashed for it, but yeah.
You think I'm crazy? You should see my setup.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice. Good things be happening.
What if I had a gun? Shot other guns.
I don't think that's a gank. That's good. That's good. Don't touch me. Ah, he touched me. They're going for this for sure. I'm at the fucking tip. How the fuck was that a shutdown? Okay, he's doing things. Things are being done.
Ally has been slain. Killing spree.
Okay, that's really good.
Slain.
How the hell was that a shutdown? Oh, he's fine. Flash the for it? No, he's not fine anymore.
An ally has been
Ain't no way I'm going.
Accidentally did that on purpose. I'm wearing lots of belts.
could buy it already, but I also want... What the fuck?
Oh, part of the plan.
Fuck you!
Ally has been slain. Killing spree. Double kill.
Even think once about blowing stuff up.
That do be kinda good.
I have the best intentions.
I need 200 more so I can buy my Omnivamp boots as well.
You're starting to bore me.
Shut down. An enemy has been
Okay, that's kinda alright.
double kill.
That's kinda good now.
I'm crazy. How did that know?
Little bit worried about where they could be though.
What's the worst that could happen? I really need
Okay. I'm just throwing it, hopefully it lands. Something landed.
gotta know someone.
Ow!
I'm not laughing.
That fucking tower, dude! Why does it always behave like this? Oh, you stayed a shit.
No one escapes my
I need to back the fuck off. I need to back the fuck off right the fuck now. Oh man. Oh man. That was bad. That was just bad movement. Also could have gotten the Braum.
Has been slain.
That's good though. But I didn't need to die there. That was just bad. Yeah, they can do it.
I'm thinking.
What the point of this?
Such a loser, always ready to cry.
An ally has been slain.
Seriously, screaming helps not at all.
That's probably not gonna hit.
An enemy has been slain.
You think I'm crazy? You should see my sister.
Ow.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Whatever, let's just start shooting.
Oh dear. I'm so dead. That arrow's just unfortunate. Hello, how are we doing today? I'm doing good. Super tired though. Been just going out with a lot of relatives, and they're all coming back because it's summer. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. We'll be watching the first couple parts of the Faker Deft thing later on. After I get a couple games in at least. Okay, that's just insane. That's just insane. That is how we doing. It is what it is. Sometimes one guy has to die for a team to kill everyone else. Guess I'm going mid.
I'm wearing lots of bells.
Not that it matters, because mid is so pushed in.
All part of the plan I just laid out.
Just gotta watch out for Yasuo.
I don't even think once about balls.
Oh, that's so dangerous.
Everybody,
950. He stayed at shit, right?
An ally has been slain.
I'll be right.
Wonder if she can 1v2 this. She's actually doing it. She's actually doing it. For the most part, game is going well. I might not be having the best game, but team is owning. And sometimes getting carried is a bliss.
Let's just
Bless RNG.
no one ever.
He did a shit, right? Brother did a fuck. I'm so dead. I forgot she can gap close that easily. But she dies here? Holy. Nice. Prime is decent, it'll be useful, that's what I'm hoping. As long as team kills, I don't really give a shit. Kills matter a lot more in League than Dota, that's for sure. That's the main difference. Besides laning phase. I think everyone gets really anal about not getting kills if you're ADC or whatnot. I don't care, as long as we win.
Hold on. I'm about to
As long as we win.
think I'm crazy.
I'm running the fuck away, dude. I'm not running the fuck away, dude. She's teleporting in. Guess you can't stop teleport once you initiate it, right? But it's not like she has to give a shit. So yeah, the support hate me for not going for kills in a very hard losing lane. Just needed to survive and play around teammates. Yeah. Sometimes that is the objective. At least from what I've learned from playing Jinx, mostly because I tend to limit test a lot more on Jinx than any other ADC. Because I think she's easier. Once you get a kill, it's a lot easier to start rolling with her. Sometimes you just let team do what they need to do and you win. I'm not about to go to a losing lane and just feed more because my support wants to fight. If we're already losing, why do I want to fight? That's not good. Help me!
Now where was I? All right.
An enemy has been slain.
It's crazy that he's doing that as a solo support.
Double kill.
Just diving as a solo support like this.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Oh, come on!
A summoner has disconnected.
I don't know if this is normal though. Because I do occasionally meet people who are just way beyond this skill bracket. At least that's what I think. It just feels like I'm playing with Smurfs. Shit's crazy. Or maybe they just popped off and they had a really good game, because that can happen as well, right? But sometimes it just feels like there's people who are playing in this bracket that is way beyond this skill level. Derby, what is up? Play maybe a couple more games and then we'll see. It's pretty much Smurfs. There are not many new player I see. Yeah. So I had a Shaco game the other day where like Shaco jungler against my Nocturne jungle. He pretty much knew exactly what to do at exactly the right time. Every objective, he just took care of the lanes and then immediately took the objective. And he didn't invade, but he also followed the red buff timing and just invaded to take the red buff from my jungle. And he just knew what to do, basically. Every lane he went to, he was successful in the gank. Whereas I kind of had to just focus on my lane. Focus on my farm instead. And just ganked whenever my ult was up. At the end we won. Because I think Nocturne's just better against Shaco. Shaco's just annoying. But if I kill his teammates, there's nothing much he can do. So thankfully, but the way he played was insane. Way beyond what I imagine a lot of bronze players to be like. So, guess could be a Smurf, or it could just be like a really good player who's heart stuck in bronze, whatever, for whatever reason. Cause in Dota we have a saying, right? We just say, if you plug in your mouse and your keyboard and your monitor, you get out a Herald in no time. Apparently that's not the case here. Bronze players already be good at the game. Shaco's full gamble, most toxic and unfun to play against. But his AP build can't carry. Yeah, I think that's the main reason they lost. Cause he did everything right, dude. He just went ham. Every lane he went to, he killed every lane. Granted, I did the same. Every lane I went to, I helped kill as well. But I had to wait for my ult, whereas he just went around doing random things. Miss last stream, how was your rank experience so far? It's going. I haven't streamed in a bit, dude. My relatives are just here non-stop for like the next couple of weeks. My sister's gone to another city for the time being, so I do have a little bit of time to stream. Tomorrow, I'll try to get a stream in as well if I can, but I mostly want to try to be editing. I'll be putting out the caster calls video tomorrow, but tomorrow's also MSI, so I might want to watch the games instead. But ranked is going. I'm experiencing the not necessarily the 50-50, but I'm experiencing a lot of levers. A lot of people who just cannot handle dying once or twice in a lane and then they just peace out. Or, you know, Southeast Asia internet. That's also a factor as well. Mostly worried about Southeast Asian internet. Every game, it feels like if you win or lose, there's gonna be a lever. Maybe some people just rage leave at the end, but you know, those people I'm not worried about. It's the people that leave after 3 minutes. Only watched one MSI game so far. It was HLE fucking stomping G2. Yeah. Well, I think most people predicted that would happen, right? Because I heard people say Europe basically is a one-team region. And that's G2. But G2 compared to the LCK... Okay, well, what I gotta watch out for? I don't know what Zillion does. Misfortune. Gotta watch out for Yone. Gotta watch out for Riven again. And do not get close to set. There's a minute 11 remake? What? That exists? I didn't even know that. Because I assume remake was 3 minutes, and I think it's way too short, 3 minutes. People tend to leave in the 4 to 5 minute time. That's good to know.
I'm crazy. Got a doctor's note.
Minute 11, 13, someone gets AFK minute 3. Oh. Fuck me. Oh, you crazy. Aye. Apparently Zillion is techies. Stay away.
I don't even think once about blowing stuff up.
That hit? I don't know if this is a good base. I don't think it is. I'm gonna just use my pot. Fuck me, dude. Still fine. It's not my base. Greed. Greed. Greed instincts taking over. Okay, what is that? Somebody dead. Thank you, I needed that. That's a feels good, man. Read your chat, that should be a message for it. Cillian, most broken champ in the game by design? Is it? I've never really faced them before, so I can't really... Maybe I have, and I just don't remember it. But he is annoying to deal with. Okay, she's doing really good things. I like it. Why is she here again? Wait, is this a fucking Riven jungle? It is. It's a Riven. Oh my god, Yon's coming too. An entire enemy village coming here.
Whatever.
Get the fuck away from me. What am I shooting? That was the worst ult I have ever launched in the history of my ults. Is it too greed for one more plate? It is. It might be.
Dance for Jinx.
So his ability cooldown on his bombs is crazy. Isn't Passion Season 2 is broken and made it by Riot themselves, he will instantly get nerfed if his play rate gets up.
An ally has been slain.
That's not nice.
I'm trying to care.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm not dead. If that tornado hit, we could have turned.
Hold on. Have a
What in the flying fuck? There's two now. Oh, come on! Oh. Is he fucked? He is fucked. Unless he can outrun. No.
Slain.
Riven's here as well.
ready to try.
Riven equals her.
I really need a
Get this.
but don't tell me.
Dude, this Riven is just hugging bot side, man. But they're also getting objectives done in the map as well, which sucks.
Where was I? Right. You can have
Fucking Riven again. I no care. That's a kill, right? Yep. I no care.
Ally has been slain.
Oh, where's the plan?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm thinking. How do people do this?
Agreed, one more wave. Bing chill, my guy. Bing chill. Bing chilling. I should go grab this. Cause why not? It's not gonna hit. No way it hits. Oh!
Has been slain.
If only he TP'd there.
Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
Let's just behave.
There's a fucker here.
Shooting.
Are you winning, son? I won one game. If that's any indication. I hope you're doing well, man. Why are you so fast? I am worried about the Yon.
Jinx? Stands for Jinx.
Holy shit, our mid.
I'm here.
I thought that was only top things. It's not top things anymore. Offer the flex Q still stands? I am good with that. Anytime. Because I just need more games, right? So anytime. Whenever I'm free. Oh dear. Okay, that's good. That's a very nice.
Got a doctor's note.
Yes. Yes. Just walk away, Lamau. That's not good. Uh-oh. Oh, that was close.
An enemy has been slain.
There's actually no point in me coming back here. I should have just farmed one more wave and get the BF sword. I think bottom's down. Not much we can do about these. The most wasted MF ult of all time. That was one of the MF ults of all time. She is so fast, man. Can't ever catch her. Then we can catch this guy. Yes. Yes. That happened.
You think I'm crazy?
What's our rank, by the way? I am bronze 4 or 3, I don't remember. Come on, it's 100. It's 100 gold.
All part of the plan I just made up.
100 gold. Still deathless this game. It happens sometimes. Even miracles can happen once in a while, you know?
Wait, I'm thinking. How do people do this?
Yeah, now I have my IE. Might be a bit wasteful to just come back and farm one wave and then leave, but you know? I think just let him down this shit, man. Let him take it. Let him take it. And we take their lives. Should we even be pushing this though? I mean, I'm not really scared of the Riven. 300 MS. Can play everything except Pike. I can't imagine how you're playing this, man. I legit can't imagine. This is a very not a nice place to fight. I'm a coming. Our top is getting butt fucked. I didn't need to flash her. I was fucking full HP. Why did I even flash her? I need mana. Should play normal sometimes and go for all. I'm down.
Hold up. I'm about to. Cool.
That was interesting.
Such a loser. Always ready to cry.
1006. She flashed. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Come back! Let me hit. Thank you. Now you die. Now you die. Yo, Jana, yo.
I don't even think once about blowing stuff up.
This is by far the best game I've seen you play. Serious progress. I think this game was easy because they don't have any. Like, there's not a lot of dives on me.
I'm listening. Hint, I'm not.
There's like what? Only Yone can dive, and he's not really doing well. So there's not really anything I need to watch out for this game.
You think I'm crazy? You should see my system.
Yeah.
Who needs reasons?
And when Jinx reaches this point, it's like I don't even need to think anymore, right? I just right click and people die. Wow. $19 Hondo. I guess we could just... I mean, we still have 2 lanes. We could just take the turrets and try to kill them. But I need 19 Hondo.
Come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Unstoppable snowball? That just feels like Jinx, right? It's completely different from Ashe in a way that's like... Ashe is not much of a snowballer, but she can fight if she does go ahead. But Jinx is pure... If she gets started, it is really hard to stop her unless everyone fucking dives in her. Damn. Now it feels like I'm the one smurfing, dude. Feels like I'm the one smurfing. There's just games like this that happens, right? When you snowball, it's pretty easy. And especially when you don't gotta watch out for anyone. The only one guy who can die mid this game just gets 2-shotted by me. You're devils? I don't care, man. As long as we win. I'm the type that... So I gotta ask you guys this. Would you prefer getting a penta and losing the game? Or getting stomped and winning the game? Which do you guys prefer? I hate normals. Also, I have these easy games. It's always I'm the lowest rank in the team. When I'm the highest rank, we are the ones getting stomped. More than everything else. I still haven't started checking people's ranks, so I don't know. Sometimes I think it's better to not know. You know? I just want my LP give me that win. Despite the fact that you're getting mentally broken. Honestly, I'm the same. I don't care if I feed as long as we win. I think that's probably the case for me. Hi, what is up? Hope you're having a good day so far. We climbing. Slowly but surely. One more game, and then we'll watch the Faker Deft. The first 2 parts of it, at least. Yo, what is up? I do not know how to say your name. Dip. You're dip. You're dip now. You're dip. Are you watching NSI? I am. At least the parts that I can watch, cause I've been heading out a lot these past few weeks, cause my relatives are here, and the games that I can catch, I catch. I watched the T1 Circus yesterday. Was it yesterday or was it the day before? I don't remember. The T1 Circus. It was fun. watching that Aurora get one shot was insane. Like, what even happened? G2 T1. I think goodbye G2. I think everyone's pick'ems at this point are burnt, right? Are fucking toasted, right? Are you high ranked in Dota? Not really. I'm like slightly above average. I was Ancient 3. Back when they had freaking 7 numbers, I was Ancient 7. But yeah, Ancient 3. So just slightly above average. I think around Plat. Either Plat or Emerald, I guess. I think the rank after Plat is Emerald, right? So maybe around there. I'll just aim there. Ain't no way I'm hitting challengers. I think that's a bit too much micro managing. Also, don't check the ranks beforehand. I just know it comes with experience. I confirm it on a later day is usually true. I see. Like, as long as I get good games, I don't really care about what ranks people are most of the time. It's mostly the freaking people that leave that pisses me off more than anything. $40 XP per game. Yikes. It's crazy how much LP games you need for challengers now too. Yeah, I still don't know how that works. From masters to challengers is a different system, I think. Or grandmasters to challengers, or whatever the ranks are. It's kind of like Immortal in Dota, where you just hit Immortal, and Immortal makes such a big difference in the sense that if you're a high ranked Immortal and you're comparing to someone who just reached Immortal, you're like probably 6k MMR difference or 7k, maybe even more, sometimes even 10k. And it also depends on the region, right? I think if you're challengers in Southeast Asia. Oh wait, I thought I was jungle. That's not what I want to hear. Master Yi support it is. So, oh, he just left. Well, reading is hard. But yeah, regions matter too. If you're challengers or if you're immortal in Southeast Asia, it's a lot less valuable of a rank if you compare it to, I think, Korea for League, maybe EU as well, and EU for Dota. Southeast Asian servers are literally jungles. You have animals everywhere, and I am one of them. You meet me in your games, you're either gonna get a 15-0 Jinx or a 0-15 Jinx. There's no in between. Knock. If I play Jinx, I never want to meet Nocturne, I think. That's like the easiest jump. Like, I don't even care about Warwick that much compared to Nocturne. Nocturne, I know the counter is to just hide in the brush, but there's a lot of cases where I can't be in a brush. Inflated Aegis abuse. Getting double LP or no LP loss is kind of crazy. How often do you get that though? I've never seen it so far. When NA Challenger ranks up, he is EUW Iron. NA Super Server. That's sad. Sad but true. It's Vi versus Jinx? Damn. Family feud over here. I play Mel since the skill it requires is non-existent. I'm on AOS. The mechanics is she can always trigger Aegis as a top 20 player. Because of the lack of some roles and players. Oh, that's the abuse. The only thing we have is double down tokens in Dota. Which is pretty much like if you win you get double the LP, if you lose double the LP. So it's a gamble. So if you look at a draft lineup and you realize, ain't no way we're losing this, you just double down. I don't really get it that often in Diamond. I haven't seen it so far. Probably because like the lower ranked it is, the more people play in that range. And I guess a lot more people just play. Regardless of how much they suck. Pretty much only high elo can use it effective. I don't ever want to see it though. Because that'll mean I need to play... Like if I play support it's fine. I could play Rel or Leona. If I have to play mid or if I have to play top, that's gonna be nightmare fuel. I haven't played in a long time. I haven't played mid in a long time.
I'm trying to care.
Minions have spawned.
Rengar main who thinks his champ is balanced, he's just talented, he is not sure how it works and is abusing it. Shit. There is a Pike coming my way. I gotta watch out for Vi. Mainly Vi. But if Vi chooses to ult me, not much I can do about it, right? Only thing I can do is set a trap and hope that she stays on it. Okay. Okay, so probably has a ward there. Fuck! Fucking bullshit. She's probably got a base soon, right? Her mana's non-existent. Stay away. Can he channel Hook while he's in Fish? Also, I didn't add this. My brain. I wish I had my traps right now. I wish I had my traps right then. That would have been nice. No, he can't. But he can just stun you and then hook. Ow. Another champ with heal cleanse.
What's the worst that could happen?
An enemy has been slain.
Duck! Just kidding. Whatever, let's just start shooting.
Oi 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 oi. Run, motherfucker, run! Let me run! Fuck! I think worth. Oh, I could have waited for this. No, actually, no. Oh, that cancels. I think she's going for this. One trick Nico and Zed mid. I mean, you're looking at a one trick Jinx, so I can't really say anything.
Stand for Jinx.
It's good that he's missing fucking everything. What's not good is fucking Pike is kiting our Master Yi like crazy.
Stay still. I'm trying to shoot you.
An ally has been slain.
I don't think I give a shit.
Shot other guns.
There's not much we can do because they have.
An ally has been slain.
Greed one more wave. Greed one more wave.
You think I'm crazy?
Fuck it.
See my system.
Jinx is GOAT champ. It's okay to it's okay to main her. Played with a challenger before in the custom game. He's a top main, but he played ADC and I was supporting him. Crazy how he just round circles around diamonds. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty normal, right? they're at the rank where regardless of what they play, they can pretty much just 1v9 essentially.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm wearing lots of clothes for no reason.
Do not get hooked, yeah? Don't get hooked. Oh, I didn't even need to ult.
An ally has been slain.
Run!
Executed.
I have the best intentions.
That fucking aggro's it? Jesus. 12:25.
I'm trying to care. Just can't. I'm not.
Me go home? No, me greed. Me want greed.
Always ready to cry.
Oh, her spell shield blocks it.
These reasons.
Little worried because there's no wards here.
Double kill.
I am gone. Maybe I could greet this wave as well.
Hold on. Have a mercy.
My cheeks were clenched. I wanna add Draven to my unplayable playlist, can catch access.
An ally
That'll be something. I don't even think I can play like non-skill shot champs at 200, 300 ping. That's insane. I got a flashes. I stopped the pike.
Let's just start shooting.
I'm stopping things from happening. I have ult. It soon. Soon.
An enemy has been slain.
Ayya! Just like real life, too short,
An enemy
never long enough.
Now where was I? Oh, right. We can
Can't believe he tried to do that. Although I guess if she had smite, then it's fine, right? Heal pot. I could sell it, but I'm not gonna get much out of it yet. The hell you want? Now I can sell the shit.
An ally has been slain.
No monies.
Spree.
I'm thinking.
Like at this point I should go mid. But I think it's fine because I don't think they can kill me. Plus mid is kind of occupied. That.
Really need a new gun. But don't tell me.
Pray. Pray unsuccessful. I'm not religious.
Rampage.
Ow.
You think I'm crazy? You should take
An enemy has been slain.
Ow!
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Infinite death.
Okay, don't get nuked by whatever it is she does. That would be nice. Just don't get nuked. Read.
Team has destroyed a turret.
I'm not helping you. I am not you chill. You too big chilling.
Unstoppable.
Yes, you too big chilling. Why you no die? Why you no die? Why you so hard to kill? Jesus. So Tryndamere doesn't die. It's kind of like a Scion, I guess. Scion also just dies and doesn't die. Today I have lags and unstable connection. We'll do a break after my round. Never played Draven even in normal. I guess I should help. I should go. I'm coming. I am not eating anything. Where the drive? Where's the drive? Oh my god, Tryndamere! So if he gets a kill, he revives? And that shit has a cooldown. I don't know how long it is though. Did we get the shit? Oh my god. Oh, that's a full item for that guy. Well, not a full item, but like half an item for that guy. Six seconds unkillable, he only gets down to 1 HP like Kindred ult. Press and invulnerable even if CC'd. Oh. I mean, they're fine, right? I don't know if Vi's gonna be here though. Even if she is, can she kill me? Not this bitch! Not this bitch! Anyone but this bitch! Okay, I get this. I guess I will buy LDR. It's not much heals on their team. Tryndamere is an experience by himself. Definitely feels like an experience playing against him. So the only hope is to just CC him to shit. Because otherwise you're gonna die. And now he escaped. Yeah, you fucker. You motherfucker. Ooh.
I really need to get done.
Oh, isn't this crazy? Isn't this a... It's fine though. Oh. Oh my god, what happened to my HP? Oh, yo, 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 yo. Fucking Zoe, man. We greet this? Yeah, we greet this. They're all dead.
I have the best intentions. Fine air. I just can't.
2000. Trinity is the only champ with passive crit chance, so you can randomly crit you 3 times level 1 and your lane is over.
If I'm listening. Hint.
Well, glad I'm not a top main. So that would suck ass. I need to go buy shit, please. Being chill. Never mind, just kill everybody.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Something's gonna hit eventually. Something's gonna hit. It hit. Oh, fuck. I guess we go grab that one.
Rampage.
Oi, oi, oi.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Is he dead? Does he just die?
Who needs reasons?
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I can't chase him. I don't wanna get fucking obliterated at melee range.
I'm about
Kids love playing Tryndamere, also Jack's Teemo Fizz. Why? He just stands in the first bush and we dead 3 times. Yeah, that's why I trapped first. Hey, Pyke is dead. Orangutan is feels good, man. I don't even know who did good. But team played well. Slowly, we are climbing. I am probably gonna lose it all off stream tomorrow. Pretty even. Which I think I should be ahead in damage done for sure, but I just kept on farming. They rush like crazy though. Like, again, this is another one of those games where they don't have anyone to catch me. Only the Vi, but the Vi just never really aimed for me. Not that they could do anything even if she did. Only Zoe. I think Zoe and Vi, if they somehow just caught me, I am dead 10 times over. Tryndamere gets CC'd to shit, so he can't do shit. Varus is a non-factor this game. Pyke is a non-factor this game. But yeah. His E gets CD reduction for every auto attack or crit he does. Your traps are too slow, wouldn't stun him in time. So even if I put the trap so I could see whether or not he's in the bush, right? But if he's not in the bush, then it should be fine. But if he gap closes and kills me, that also could happen, yes, for sure. They're cheese pigs. I mean, it's fine. I feel like I did pretty well these few games. Even this game, right? They're all like, I wouldn't say all of them are trying to kill me, but as long as I hit my skills and my team kills everybody, it's fine. But this, I really just popped off. But this is definitely the worst game today. Oh, it just feels good not playing with a fucking Yuumi support, man. I hate playing with Yuumi support. Feels like I'm 1v2ing the lane every time. You should never chase Trina, except you can outmove him like Kai'Sa. Out. He can slow enemies who don't face him. He can slow enemies who don't face him and reduce 120 AD. Jesus. How does that work then? Slow enemies who don't face him and reduce 120 AD. So if you face him, your AD is fine, right? Unless that's a different thing. Feels good, man. Winner's queue. I'm gonna lose like a motherfucker in the coming days. It's 5 p.m. I should start watching the shit because it's like a 1.5 hours long. Also, I have another video that I could watch before everything. The AD you lose anyways. That's sad. That's sad. But I don't feel like I lost damage when I was fighting him, unless he had to press something. I don't know though. But hey, it worked out. Let's hope I don't meet a better Tryndamere in the coming future. Okay, give me a sec. I'll close multi-chat real quick. I'll close... I was watching Double Lift before I went live. His games are entertaining. Korean servers are insane, right? They just love fighting. Like nobody stays to farm a lane on, like nobody does top lane things where you just push in where nobody else is watching. It's just constantly fighting. It's insane. I actually love it. Oh, he has to press it. When he's bad, he will not. It is what it is. So basically for Tryndamere, when you hit him, you have to lower him to 1 HP. His passive procs, you gotta wait for 6 seconds. And then you kill him. And like, how long is the cooldown for that though? That's what I want to know. But hey, this is a good day. I consider this to be very, very nice. Eventually, the aim is of course hitting silver as fast as I can, but I am in no rush. I'm just taking games one day at a time. Learning, slowly playing, doing as much as I can. These games are stomps though. Like this first game is just... It's not good, but team played really well, so got carried. And sometimes that is a blessing. But I'll watch this later. So this one, I don't know why. Well, I know why, because I've been watching a lot of League stuff, right? My algorithm has been pushing me streams of when Doran and Pays first joined T1. And I've seen a couple of clips. I've seen them explaining how they joined it and how their meetings went. And that was literally, I think I don't know if it's the same for Pays, but for Doran, it was literally... The first thing he did when he arrived at the T1 building, he just put down his luggage and started streaming. He greeted Faker. Didn't greet the others yet, or managed to greet the others. And I think Owner was in the other room doing Owner things. And it's funny. I didn't know the walls were that thin in those streaming rooms. You would expect streaming rooms to have like super thick walls or have it at least be soundproofed. But you can hear everything. Especially like when I watch K-Roll streams, you can hear Untara in the next room going ham. Sometimes on Untara streams you can hear K-Roll in the next room going ham. And it can be fun. But for the players, I think it ruins concentration, right? But let's watch this. The guy who was supposed to show me around the office building went to sleep. So I suppose this was Pays' office tour or something. And Doran was supposed to show him around. His passive is his rage bar. His Q heals him, depends on fuel, and grants him crit chance. Is older thing screaming like a psycho? Yeah. Yeah. I saw a game where it was Owner and Gumayushi when he was still in T1 against Doran. And yeah, the Owner and Gumayushi just got owned pretty much. Owner was playing Zed, and he went from like 7-0 or something to like 7-8 in the span of like 5 to 10 minutes. And then he just came over to Doran's room and was just like staring at him. Please end. Why you no end? So yeah. That's like, I like seeing these videos. I know they put out a lot of content like this. But I think it's a lot more off-stream type watches. But this one could be cool. Like Pays getting shown. Pays is, they're all super shy. I think Doran was super shy. What was it? Was it Pays' first stream in the T1 building? Carrier just walked in and said this stream was a disaster. Oh, that was something. Have to reset my connection. Alright, dude. Thanks for popping it. Thanks for watching the games as well. And giving me insight on Trindamere. Hope your internet doesn't shit itself. Yeah, let's watch this.
안녕하세요. 오늘 이제 티언에 새 친구가 또 와가지고 사옥 구경시켜주려고 이렇게 왔는데 자기소개 한번 해주시죠. 안녕하세요. 오늘 이제 티언에 새 친구가 또 와가지고 사옥 구경시켜주려고 이렇게 왔는데 자기소개 한번 해주시죠.
안녕하세요. 이번에 새로 들어오게 된 페이지입니다. 네.
그러면 저희 또 사옥이 되게 넓기 때문에 오늘 제가 한번 길잡이 안내를 열심히 해보겠습니다. 가보시죠. 네, 지금 이제
So I'm guessing for the building, there's areas that everyone can enter, which is like the merch shop, as well as the cafe. I don't know if they have like a PC bang in there, but we'll see, I
티언
guess.
샵에 왔고요. 여기 또 많은 굿즈들이 판매하는데 한번 가보겠습니다. 와,
Red carpet.
감사합니다.
와. 아, 그리고 제가 또 새 친구가 온다 해서 준비한 선물이 있는데 잠시만요.
He's so shy. Look at him.
아이고 감사합니다.
이제 또
네, 잘 됐습니다.
환영식 이렇게 또 잘 어울릴 것 같네요. 와. 퍼스널 컬러? 잘 몰라. 네. 와, 티원 페이지는 어색하다. 한번 둘러보실까요?
아, 예.
네.
좋습니다.
트로피도 되게 많고.
아,
와.
확실히 트로피가 많긴 하네요. 이번 것도 있나?
이번 거는 없는 것 같은데 한번 또 만들어 봐야죠 저희.
아, 만들어야죠.
네, 저희
몇 개 만들 생각이세요?
몇 개? 뭐 많이 만들면 좋겠죠. 네. 잠옷 좀 끌리시나요?
아, 저 그리고 슬리퍼도 없어가지고 슬리퍼
제가 그러면 오늘 첫날이니까 또
쏘시나요?
한번 선배미 보여드려요?
아, 예,
네, 그럼 제가 오늘 새 친구한테 슬리퍼 하나 선물하도록 하겠습니다.
이것도 편한 거.
이걸로 하시겠어요?
저 하얀색으로 하겠습니다.
제가 사주긴 할 건데요.
아, 제가 사겠습니다.
근데 지갑을 놔두고 가서 외상으로 해서 나중에 어차피 바로 위니까
Foreigners outside just watching.
아, 제가 사겠습니다.
아니
Oh my god, it's T1 in the flesh.
괜찮습니다. 네,
아, 감사합니다.
감사합니다. 이렇게 또
So I heard they sell out of the bird mascots plushies a lot. Wonder how much they cost now. I would not be surprised if there's a lot of scalpers just buying it up and just reselling it. Kind of like concert tickets or even like Worlds tickets or TI tickets, whatever. Would not be surprised at all.
구경도 잘했고 이렇게 선물도 받았으니까 저희는 위로 올라가서 또 구경해 보겠습니다. 가시죠.
아시죠?
So what is this room?
이렇게 또 샵 구경도 잘했고 이렇게 선물도 받았으니까 저희는
Maybe it's just
위로
like a
올라가서 또 구경해 보겠습니다.
maybe it's a gift shop as well, and they're selling chairs and mouse pads, and they're just displaying it.
헤이지 선수 혹시 운동 하시나요?
아니요, 안 합니다.
좀 하실 생각 있으신가요? 이제 몸 관리 하셔야죠.
형 해? 저도 그럼 아주
네, 여기 이제 식당에 왔고요.
저도 그럼 아주
네, 여기 이제 식당에 왔고요. 한번 구경해 보시죠. 아이스크림 좋아하시면 아이스크림도 드시고요.
저 월드컵 엄청 좋아하는데. 이거 밖에도 있네요.
네, T1에 이제 사람이 많기 때문에 직원분들이나 선수들이나 공간이 좀 넓습니다.
보통 어디서 드세요?
저희는 보통 여기 아무 때나 정해진 건 없어요. 안녕하세요.
You know what this feels like? Just two maximum introvert energy people trying to communicate with one another, not knowing what to say. It's like me. It's just like me when meeting new people.
네.
Me lord. June.
도련님 옆에 또 도란님 오셔서
So who's June?
헤이즈 선수는 좋아하는 음식이 뭐예요?
저 면류 되게
면.
네.
그리고
그냥 대체적으로 좀 자극적인 거.
면,
He'll fit right in with the Haidilao lovers.
매운 거.
짬뽕이네, 짬뽕.
짬뽕도 좋고.
그리고 혹시 알레르기 같은 게 혹시 있을까요?
저 없어요. 네.
못 먹는 음식 같은 거는
저 버섯이 카운터라.
와, 저도 버섯
Mushrooms are my counter.
나갔다.
버섯은 진짜 절대
너
못
오이,
먹어.
오이도?
오이 진짜 절대 못 먹어.
오이 못 먹어?
오이도 카운터. 버섯이 약간
Soulmate.
죄송한데 제가 지금
저도 오이랑 버섯.
아니 지금
네.
헤이즈
아, 네.
선수한테
아, 죄송합니다.
마지막으로 이 헤이즈 선수 T1 회사의 새로운 한 페이지를 또
네. 감사합니다.
셰프님, 근데 저는 안 여쭤보시나요?
도란 좋아하는 거 제가 알죠?
아, 그럼
도란은 장어덮밥
장어덮밥 좋아해요.
Damn.
장어 좋아하시죠?
맞습니다. 내년에도 티밥 맛있게 잘 먹겠습니다.
네네
잘 부탁드립니다.
So I heard T1 Bop is the name of the
여기는
cafeteria.
저희 휴식 공간인데요.
네.
이제 여기 뭐 뒤에 보시면
Ooh.
소파도 많고 또 안에 노래방도 있습니다.
Oh, the
네,
karaoke.
가서 와서 많이 쉬고 그런 공간입니다. 들어가 보시죠.
자주 오시나요?
한번 들어와 보실래요?
오. 그냥 아니에요.
딱 완전 코인 노래방처럼
그러네요.
노래 자주
그렇게 하시나 보네.
노래 뭐 자주 부르시나요? 노래방 자주 오실 것 같나요?
네, 심심할 때 올 것 같습니다.
저희는 보통 스크린 끝나고 보통 다 열이 받아 있어요.
네.
그래서 스트레스 풀로 많이 오는데 네, 자주 안 오는 게
I
좋겠네요.
can
스트레스
imagine
안 받아야 되니까.
owner doing
스트레스
this.
받으면서
네, 그런가?
Bro, imagine Faker relieving stress by singing karaoke. What songs do you think Faker's gonna pick? I don't even know.
네, 그럼 카페 한번
I
가보실까요?
don't listen to enough Korean songs to know.
네, 여기 이제 또 방이 있는데 들어가시면 한번 들어가 보실까요? 여기는
네 개네요.
네 개요.
그럼
한 명은 못 씁니다.
한 명 오세요?
네, 한 명은
제가 또 빠져 있어요.
근데 여기 저도 커튼을 한 번도 안 열어봤는데
뷰가 되게 좋네요.
뷰가 이게 진짜 잠들 것 같아. 네, 여기는 또
Dor-
이제
Doran slept like 10 minutes.
네,
felt like 10
여기는 또
seconds.
이제 개인적으로 티언의
네.
자랑이라고 생각하는
네.
또 연습실인데 되게 잘 돼 있어요. 저는 이 연습실이 되게 마음에 듭니다.
내게 걸렸네. 벌써.
네, 이렇게
Oh,
또
it's like a
안녕하세요.
locker room.
워터프레임.
안녕하세요.
네, 촬영 하고
깜짝 손님.
방송 좀 이따 7시에요.
I wonder when they pack for tournaments, do they just come in here and just like take everything, squeeze into suitcase, done.
예.
네, 여기가 이제 페이즈 선수 자리입니다.
이거 올해인가요? 아니구나.
네.
형 얼굴이 형 얼굴이. 제 자리가
It's so awkward.
자리 마음에 드시나요?
네, 너무 좋아 보여.
여기요? 네, 여기 이제 제 자리고요. 자리 좋죠? 여기 이제-
이건 뭐예요?
근데 내 거 아니긴 해요.
그래요.
왜 여기 있지 근데? 네. 뭔가
Is that a clown
여기
wig?
이제 감독 코치님들 있으시는 감독실. 밥 먹고 좀 피곤하면 이런 데 가서 또 자도 되고. 근데 진짜 잠이 잘 와요.
그냥 이거 닫고 자면 잠
네,
바로 올 것 같아.
닫고 자면 너무 좋고요.
그럼 여기도 4개네요? 한 명. 제가
보통 근데 그렇게 많이 안 써가지고
그래요?
선수들이 항상 비어 있어요. 항상 비어 있는 거 아니고. 네, 그렇습니다.
Damn, it's like a.
한번 보여주시죠. 올라가서.
아니 근데 아시잖아요, 쓰십니다.
저 몰라가지고.
너 처음이니까 제가
예.
그러면 보여드리겠습니다.
It's a sleeping
이렇게
bunk
또
with
사다리
complete
밟고
blackout.
조심히 올라가세요. 네,
이렇게.
이렇게 이제 문을 닫고 자면 끝입니다.
And then you end the video here.
네.
근데 저는 진짜 여기가 마음에 드는 게 문 닫으면 엄청 어둡거든요. 그래서 잠이 엄청 잘 와요. 연습실 좀 어떠신가요?
너무
집중 잘 될 것 같아요.
쾌적하고.
네, 연습 잘 될 것 같은 분위기.
네, 그리고 무엇보다 저 컨디션 관리가 엄청 잘 될 것 같아요.
맞습니다. 이제 또 마지막 그러면 티언 카페.
He's right now. He's so new. I think at the time of filming this video, he's just like, don't say anything bad. Don't say anything wrong. Just don't offend anyone.
보면서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 가보시죠.
가보시죠.
너 1커피야?
나 중국에서는 그냥 진짜 하루도 빠짐없이 맨날 먹어.
왜?
거기 커피가 진짜 너무 맛있어.
Oh, he played in
근데
China.
한국엔 그런 거 안 팔잖아.
분들.
I think I saw from like the first streams that I forgot which one of them did, but one of them mentioned, I think it was Doran actually. He said he was gonna go to China. He was considering going to China before T1 actually contacted his agent and set up a meeting.
안녕하세요.
But I wonder how the language barrier works though.
뭐 드시죠? 보통?
저는 보통 아메리카노 많이 마시는데 그냥 한번 골라보시죠.
저는 아메리카노로. 네.
I cannot drink Americano.
아이스요?
네.
아이스 아메리카노 하나랑요.
I need milk in my
아이스
coffee.
아메리카노 하나 더 부탁드리겠습니다.
So at the very least, an iced latte. I cannot do Americanos.
오. 야, 게임 진짜 잘 되겠는데 여기?
여기서 스크림하면 안 되나?
아니, 근데 여기는 실제로 팬분들이 쓸 수 있나요?
팬분들 대관에서 쓸 수도 있고요. 그다음에 옛날에 혹시 2군 대회 중에 ASCI라고 혹시 아시나요?
들어본 것 같아요.
그것도 여기서 경기를 온라인 경기를 같이
근데 여기 진짜 잘 돼 있다. 와, 여기 초대해서 스크림하면 되겠다, 상대팀이랑. 저것만 하고 올게.
아래는 뭐예요?
이제 또 티언에 처음 오면 꼭 해야 하는 것들이 있는데, 네, 티카페.
What's up, yo? What is up? I was just watching this before we hop onto the Faker Deft video. Played a few games. Won everything on stream. Surprisingly, it's a first for me. Oh man. This is two very introverted people trying to communicate with one another. That's the entire premise of this video, and it is fun to watch.
와서 사인하기.
네.
저도 이제 여기 했어요.
다들 사인이 예쁘네요. 전 사인이 좀 초라한 편.
오, 되게 잘 해놓으셨네. 감사하네요.
근데 사인이 굉장히 기네요. 한글 저까지 막 100장.
나 한글 이거 뺐어.
뺐어?
근데
이거
이제 그럼 영어로만 써. 간단하게. 너 사인이 뭐더라?
나
사인 멋있는 거야? 좀 느낌 있어?
아니 그냥 형도 그냥 한번 보면 따라할 수 있을 거야.
감사합니다.
네.
식장에 너의 사인 하나만 해줄 수 있을까요?
Sign a cup.
그냥 이렇게 하면.
다시 하시고 싶으시면 말씀하세요.
네.
괜찮을까요?
됐어. 네.
네, 감사합니다.
저 한 번만 보여주시겠어요?
사인이 좀
It's like my handwriting.
사인입니다.
거기 넣어서 말하는 거.
After 12 years of not touching a pen. Oh, it's all the same.
나갈까요? 1년 전에는 제가 소개 받는 입장이었는데 이렇게 새 친구 와서 사업 구경시켜주니까 또 재밌었고요. 좀 어떠셨나요?
일단 너무 좋은 것 같고
뭔가 빨리 게임하고 싶죠?
예, 지금 그냥
네.
빨리 게임하고 싶어요.
네, 사옥이 되게 마음에 드는 것 같습니다.
Almost dropped the
일단
coffee.
환경이 되게 너무 좋은 것 같고 그래서 게임 잘할 수 있을 것 같은 느낌이 들고 내년에 이제 새로운 팀원들이랑 잘해서 꼭
New teammates next year.
좋은 경기력 보여드리고
Oh, his teammates. Yeah, they're all new, so makes sense.
화이팅!
파이팅.
화이팅!
It's so awkward. It would be funny if they get locked out here. Yeah, that was a fun video. It is. So I heard they rent out trading spaces for a lot of other teams as well, because MSI, a lot of teams came to Korea, right? So they rent out practice spaces and everything. I don't necessarily think they rent out dorms. I think only the players stay in the dorms. Some of them do. Maybe some of them have apartments nearby and they stay there instead. But that's cool though. Like, just because even if you charge those teams money to rent out those practice spaces, it's still, you could just not do that, right? And have those other teams find their own spaces. Like either rent their own houses or set up their own PCs or everything. But they do this, which is pretty nice. It's probably expensive, probably really expensive to accommodate an entire team and their staff of coaches as well. But at the very least, you know, it's a trustworthy place. There's a new T1 MSI video out. They're so busy with content. They probably have an entire content team following them, right? I'll watch that as well. Been keeping up with MSI? Yeah. I watched the circus yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? I don't remember. My days are blending in because like my relatives are just visiting almost every day. I have a bit of time. For the coming few days, I do have a bit of time, so I'll try to stream a bit more. Maybe not tomorrow because I'll need to edit, but tomorrow I'll post the greatest caster calls video. If I do have time, I'll stream more. They stay around the HQ. How many of them stay in the dorms? I'm guessing like maybe the new players, if they can't afford staying outside yet, or if they don't get accommodations, they'll stay in the dorms. I've seen their streaming rooms as well, which is what inspired me to watch this video. Their streaming rooms have really thin walls. You can like Doran almost every stream hears owner raging in the background. It's funny. Oh shit. 16-minute video. We'll see this real quick. See what this is. HLE versus BLG will be intense. That, yeah. And then T1 versus G2, right? But I think T1 is very likely going to body the fuck out of G2. Just a hunch. I don't know though. If you're not T1, for sure they stay around the HQ. Yeah. See what this is. There's no subtitles though.
삼각형이 3개, 4개 하네.
솔직히 빵이다.
Maybe we'll just skim through it, because I need to get to the Deft Faker thing.
먹고 있다가 저 먹을게요.
It's an hour and a half.
이거 없더라. 이거 나오면 사람들 우르르 뛰어가.
더 맛있네. 더 맛있네.
에이.
진짜 먹으시면. 아니 진짜 맛있어.
뭐만?
뭐요? MX 소륜이 성신당 가면 빵 먹지 마. 이거 먹으랬어요.
그래서 지금 저희 트라이 하고 있는
잘 느끼게 하게.
와, 다 먹었어? 응?
아, 진짜 맛있네. 진짜 맛있는데?
야, 하나가 여기 물 하고 혹시 주입이랑
Faker eating something that's not Hai Di Lao or from the T1 Bap. That's rare. That's a rarity in itself.
사 선수 입고 계신 새 인터내셔널 키트 어떠세요?
It has subtitles after some time. It's fine.
일단 편해가지고 좋은 것 같아요. 디자인은 무지개 색깔이 아니라
I'm so not used to watching, like, seeing this color of jersey on them. Gray is such a strange color
조금 아쉬운 것 같습니다.
for jerseys. It's cool. Like with all the logos and everything, it's a lot more noticeable for the sponsors.
선수 대전 오셨는데 컨디션 어떠세요?
컨디션이요? 아 확실히 일찍 일어나니까 살짝 비몽사몽한데 괜찮습니다.
새로 입은 인터내셔널 키트 유니폼은 어떠신가요?
자켓이 되게 친근한 느낌이 드는 것 같아요.
블루 저지는 마음에 드시나요?
파란색 유니폼은 아마 처음 입어보는 것 같은데.
But I would
되게
rather
마음에
like
들어요.
see an all white jersey and an all black jersey. But I guess I've been told that they only go the red and black when it's time for Worlds. Not sure though. Since you're watching Faker vs Deft soon, it's funny seeing it as an old fan. They bickered so much in the early days, always fighting in solo queue chat. They do? I've never actually seen it. Cause I know Carrier and Deft are good friends, but I've never actually seen Faker and Deft interact in any way. Maybe I gotta watch more.
탑이요?
스트라이커가 원딜이죠.
그래서 미드 원딜?
스트라이커 그 구리탄이 원딜 아니에요?
그래요? 이렇게 딱 중요한 스트라이커야 돼요? 제일 중요한 거는 저는 수비라고 생각하는데
수비가 제일 중요하다고?
공격의 시작은 수비에서요.
탑이 수비 아니에요?
탑이 수비.
Damn, all of them drink Americanos. None of them drink lattes.
아, 이게 응원에 따라 경기력이 달라지니까?
그런 것 같기도 하고. 탑이 스트라이커. 탑이 스트라이커야? 원딜이 관계.
뭐예요?
그래? 지금 우루과이랑 스페인이
롯데 스웨인
다음에 그래서 탑이 어디예요? 탑은 샌드포드? 그러니까 수비. 수비? 네. 뭐라고 하죠? 샌드포드 수비 가운데
군대 있는 애들.
이 사이즈가 맞아요? 원래 이래요?
Really like this edition of jersey this MSI. I just have a slight PTSD with a blue T1 jersey, the last one MSI with blue. Oh yeah, it's gray and blue.
1분 동안 잘 좋아했어.
이부터 잘 시간이.
If they wear it like this, it's nice. Like the whole thing zipped up.
잘 시간 하려.
미드는 축구로 치면 어디야?
미드필더.
미드필더?
공격형 미드
맞아요?
공격형 미드.
정근은? 정근이 골키퍼 아니야? 정근은 윙백.
야, 골키퍼 대단한 진짜. 야, 되게 공이 없었어.
제가 아는 선수들이 많아요. 그만큼 스타라이커가 인상적이다.
그치. 스포트라이트를 제일 많이 맞지.
어쩔 수 없이. 내가 아는 정도면
I don't watch enough Korean dramas to understand this.
롤할때 키 많이 따면 얘기하는 걸
I'll leave this running for a bit. I will head to the bathroom real quick before we start on the Faker Deft video. Casual reaction to owner and Faker singing? Not yet.
네.
도란캐리아도
Banter between old teams is so funny. I wonder if old LCK trash talk is still out there. It probably is. But it's probably buried under all the newer videos, right? All time would be their T1 Worlds 2024. Let me see what that looks like. T1 Worlds 2024 jersey.
되게 빠르게 끝내셨는데.
그러게요. 참 잠은 아까 진짜 기절했거든요 방금.
The all white one?
오기 전에 잠깐 앉아 있었는데 기절했어요.
The all white
눈두리가 다들 저를 깨우고 있었어요.
or the all black and red?
방금요?
Because I see both. But the white one looks cool. The white one with the red accents from the Red Bull as well as the stripes. That looks cool. Inside of their jacket had a photo album. That's insane. Oh shit, I see it. Yeah, it looks insane. Let me... Yeah, this looks insane. Can't see what the... Oh. Yeah, that's insane.
근데 왜 장만루피가 뽀로로보다 유명해졌어요?
Probably wouldn't wash it often though, because
아 그러네 보내.
you don't want the colors to fade.
루피가 원래 뽀로로 주니까
그래?
The all white insides of jackets has pictures of moments, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna head to the bathroom. Okay, so BRB. And we'll get started on the Faker Deft.
이거 찍는데 한 5분이면 될 것 같아요. 아, 오케이. 땡큐. 그럼 누구 찍을까요? 필요한 선수 조금 발찌라서. 아, 필요한 거 맞아.
도란 벌었어? 딱 있었는데?
없애버렸어.
Alright, here we go. Yeah, there you go, little smile. Nice. Maybe hold the glasses for one. Or maybe one just hard thumb. Thank you, perfect.
Thank you. 아 good?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
One for the head, whichever you like.
Alright. Thank you. And another favorite. Back up one step. And then your pose again. Celebrate! Yeah, you won the championship! Surprise! Come over for party photos. Party photos? Here we go. Thank you.
Zero FGK memories.
뭐 할까요? 이거요? 오이. 오이. 맞아요? 어디가 위?
Is this like photo shoot type shit? I guess it is.
Whatever you want. Alright, have some fun. 1, 2, 3.
He's so awkward. He's so awkward. How long before he joins the circus?
Then one arm and arm. Fencing it up. So you get it. Yeah, I get it. Alright, here we go. Smile. Smile. And maybe you can like come right on the edge area.
대전에 오신 소감이 어떠신가요?
네, 대전에 또 오랜만에 왔는데요. 되게
Media day at MSI, he dashed into crowd control for a series he already joined.
음식 같은 것도 잘 맞는 것 같아서
I saw the
좋은 것 같습니다.
팀 전체 컨디션
Varus Doran playing Varus, was it? Or was it owner? I don't remember.
성적 어떻게
I think it was Doran.
승승승.
One shot the Aurora,
이겨야
deleted her from existence.
열심히 해보겠습니다.
Like that game, it must feel like shit for the other team, right? That your opponents are just not taking you seriously at all, and yet they still won. It's like the level of skill difference is, ugh. It's gotta. I guess some people will feel like, yeah, it's an honor to play against Faker and T1. It's an honor, but at the same time, as a competitor, your brain's gotta be like, fuck. It's gotta suck, dude. Doran. Alright, so for this one, the rivalry that broke League of Legends. It is a 4-hour video, but I think I'm gonna probably split it up. I'll watch the first 2 parts of this. This is like a supercut of 5 different videos combined together. I know just a little bit about the history of Faker and Deft. I know they came from the same school, but I've heard people say that they didn't even know they came from the same school until they joined the competitive circuit. I know Deft and Carrier are really good friends, and that they back then they made a promise to win worlds together. Unfortunately, they did not get to fulfill that promise, but they did win worlds separately. So at the very least, you know, Deft got to win worlds, which was good to see. Annoying when they threw so much and still won. Yeah, like imagine being their opponents at the time. Like what are you thinking? Are they so much ahead in terms of skill level that they can do this and get away with it and still win? It's gotta feel so shit. Jibe is so good. His Jinner documentary is legend. I gotta watch some of his stuff. This will be the first Jibe video I watch. So hopefully it isn't. Oh, loading. Sometimes internet, Southeast Asian internet, man. It is what it is. Oh my god. Hopefully my stream is not crashing. If it is, I'm sorry. Oh, he's making WoW content now, damn. I guess it's fine. I don't really watch much WoW. I've never played WoW, to be honest. But yeah, there's some of his shit. I need to watch the old ones, I guess. So yeah, this I have only seen Carrier and Deft interact. I have never actually seen Faker and Deft interact, despite the fact that they have apparently a history. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if this is anything intriguing. Oh, 2022 again. So if that happened in Worlds in the quarterfinals against that team, am I really not meant to win?
In October of 2022, there was a moment that occurred in the world of competitive League of Legends that was such a shock to esports fans, people nearly lost their minds. This moment was exciting, heartbreaking, the sort of thing so unbelievable to everyone watching live, a rational viewer would say it was scripted, but this moment was special because it really happened. On the biggest stage in esports, two League of Legends players met up in bracket to determine a champion, but this wasn't just any old championship, this was the conclusion to a story decades in the making. Over 10 years of narratives and competition and grief and determination were shared between these rivals, all of which began years earlier, back when they were teenagers at their hometown high school. This is a story so remarkable, you probably know at least some parts of it already. But even
that is
so,
true.
I can say with a bit of confidence, it's a story that's never been told quite like this.
Oh, Deft gets grabbed and that could be deadly. They're gonna drop the solar flare, but Deft doesn't make it out. Hard back up now, there's a nice take.
It really does make me wonder, whenever people do documentaries like this, do they just have footage saved up in their drives from like way back in the days, or do they have to dig through all the archives, ask all the people they know who are like league historians to get footage like this? It's insane, right? I mean, games are publicly available. Like, I'm sure a lot of the world's games back then you could still access. It's the it's the other things, right? It's the media days, the interviews, the stuff like that. That's kind of a bit lost to time. Maybe it's all available in the League channel. I don't know. I don't know how active they keep their archives. Oh no. Yeah, because it hasn't been preserved super well, but fan archives carry you through. Yeah. So it's a lot of just like asking the right people who know the right things, right? To get access to these things. And it's hard work, dude. It's hard work. I cannot imagine how long this whole documentary took him to make. And I feel bad watching this and like wanting to post this as a reaction, but I'm interested in knowing. I'm not like posting this to get money or anything. I don't really get money from any of my reactions. They all get copyrighted to shit, but it is what it is. I'm just interested in knowing all the finer details, that's for sure. I think it was a year. A year for 5 videos is insane work, man. I don't know if I can, because like even if I think of I'm not necessarily a Dota historian. I know a lot of things in Dota esports because I just kept up with it for however many years. And I am able to recall certain things when it comes to certain moments. But if you ask me to make a rivalry video on Dota, I would be like, damn, that's a lot of work. Maybe not for me. My video editing skills are way too limited compared to these. Old casters like Monty who cast Faker's debut game. Shit's crazy, man. 8 to 10 months. Yeah, still, it's insane.
Oh, there it is. Flash and Deft with the room presser. Oh, the Q lands, and that's going to be the kill. Ult not needed. Faker.
I'll be watching the first 2 parts of this for now.
Into the slicing maelstrom from both parties as King Zone are going to be demolished.
Crazy high school kids.
This story begins like any good
2012.
story does, with a person so spectacular most didn't believe he was real. On the
That's
outskirts
Faker, I
of
guess.
Seoul, South Korea, in early 2012, a teenage kid sat in his room grinding away at League of Legends. He played under the username Gojongpa and was getting good enough that people started
Classical.
taking notice. By this point, League of Legends was a well-established esport in Korea. Even though the region had only been given dedicated servers at the start of the year, there was already a domestic professional league underway, a hyper-competitive solo queue, and some players playing well enough they were making international headlines.
Everybody is there, though. Oh, the bandage toss barely leaves. The flash does it. It's Mad Life. Shen coming in as well.
Oh, Mad
How
Life.
in the world do you get to be that good?
The first players to reach pro status in Korea were mostly those who already had experience with MOBAs or esports. Some had been playing League for
Dude, back
years,
then, I swear the player cams
who already had experience with players to reach pro status.
made everyone's skin look so greasy. It's the same, like across all esports. It is a common trait I've seen. All these players look like they haven't bathed in
Status in Korea
weeks.
were mostly those who already had experience with MOBAs or esports. Some had been playing League for years prior, doing so on the North American servers back in Season 1. Others had come over
Corn
from the
salad.
professional StarCraft scene or other top-down strategy games. The wealth of experience these players had was part of what led to them being the first to rise up the solo queue ladder, joining early esports clubs, and earning the title the first generation of pros. For a while, they got to be the exclusive members of a very tightly knit competitive community where everyone knew everyone, which is
Oh, I remember this fucking trend, dude. Was it called the Guyomi? Like back then? Oh, like if you're a cute girl who filmed yourself on social media, you're doing this. If you're a moderately attractive guy, and you don't give a shit about your image, you're also doing this. This happens so much. I hate it. I every part of my being. I don't know if I hate this more than a dab, but I also hate this. I just can't. But it's insane. Like League, I mean, it's not that late because Dota 1 had a pretty big esports scene already back in the day. But Dota 2 really, like Dota 2 launched in 2011 or 2010. I don't remember the exact time of it. But the first TI was 2011. And I think that was the major shift in esports in terms of the prize pool, because Valve immediately just said 1.6 mil prize pool. And that was, at the time, the biggest one. And it just really turned esports into an actual thing. So League was 2012, which is interesting to see. Dota never really had a grasp over Korea because Faker. That's legitimately the only reason why Dota could never penetrate into Korea is Faker. There was no one willing to switch to Dota 2 or no one willing to play Dota 2 because everyone looked up to Faker. And League was their game. And nobody wanted to give Dota a shot. Mad life. From my recollection, you'll be the first to react to this on YouTube ever. I don't know. Like, in a way, I feel bad for posting it, right? Because I don't want to take views away from this dude. But, you know, wish some of the history from non-worlds winning rosters was preserved. I guess it's preserved on stuff like Liquipedia and all that, but that's only the results. Speaking of old teams, there's a documentary called Team Liquid Breaking Point that shows how it was back then when they filmed behind the scenes content. Maybe I'll watch that eventually. I don't know how many people are interested in it though. Add a Domokun bag or a shirt. No.
What made it so surprising when this new face showed up out of nowhere?
MVP was actually, I don't know if it's the because it's different. MVP Phoenix was the only Korean team in Dota 2. And for a period of time they owned. But it just never really turned into anything because they didn't get like proper results. They didn't win TI. And I guess to get a huge fan base, you kind of have to win the big one, right? It's like Faker having a chokehold over the competitive scene for years.
In July of 2012, Go Jung-pa broke into the top 50 on Korea's solo queue ladder for the first time, hitting rank 26, shocking everybody. None of Korea's top players knew who this guy was. Nobody recognized his name from the StarCraft Pro scene or from the NA ladder in Season 1, but here he was, ranked alongside some of the top players in the game, outplaying all of them.
네클릿. 쉔이 옵니다. 야, 고전파 컨트롤 너무 좋아요.
Most players in the scene didn't believe he was real, almost literally, as they thought this account must be a smurf. It was common practice back then for single players to own multiple accounts that they leveled to the top of solo queue.
Glad to see some things don't change.
One of the top mids in the region was probably doing that again. How else could this unknown player hit top rating and with so few games played? Nobody realized that the truth was much simpler. This was just a kid, a teenager, who had recently been filled with dreams of trying to go pro himself one day. 1 month after cracking top 50, Go Jung-pa continued his climb, hitting rank 6. And as the rank 1 player was signed away to a team, that made this solo queue star the highest rated player in the game not already associated with a pro organization. Of course, he didn't stop there. By the end of the year, Go Jung-pa was rank 1. It was toward the end of this grind that everyone came to realize this player wasn't a smurf, but instead a star in the making. At the end of 2012, Go Jung-pa committed to esports full-time, dropping out of his local high school to do so, a decision that would prove to be surprisingly wise, as he'd find all sorts of success after changing his username at the start of Season 3.
Damn.
When clubs realized the rank 1 player on the Korean server was a promising unsigned prospect, every pro team in Korea started throwing offers his way, in part because he played the most important role in-game. In many ways, mid lane is the linchpin of a professional League of Legends roster. Mid serves as one of the 2 main carries on a team with a centralized position that makes it relatively easy.
I heard the meta shift. I heard about AP carries now. I heard everybody complaining about MageBot. Unfortunate.
Easy for a player to assist other teammates. On top of that, most champions played mid lane scale decently well during all phases of a match. Carrying 1v5 in League is never easy, but if there was a role best equipped to do it from minute 1, it would have to be mid. Being such a hot commodity gave Faker plenty of choice for where he'd go to start his pro career, so he naturally chose to sign with the best of the best. SK Telecom T1 were a team that had a storied legacy. Originally formed by one of the greatest StarCraft players of all time in 2002, SKT competed for years in Brood War, sponsored by a Korean business giant. Across the 2000s, this team made a name for themselves in esports as they became arguably the most successful and dominant club in a certain era. They'd go on to train some of the greatest players and coaches Korean esports would ever see. So naturally, when the org moved into League of Legends in 2013, SKT seemed like the obvious place a young prodigy like Faker should take his talents.
Just a dude standing in the back.
He seemed like the obvious place a young prodigy like Faker.
What is it, Southeast Asia? God damn. If it was Southeast Asia, this dude in the back would have his shirt off. And he would be squatting. Just to get himself in frame. MVP was a club, yeah. Name change chills. Gabriel YouTube videos, yo, welcome, man. Hope you're having a nice day so far. Paige is practicing Thalia every day, is so funny. Oh man, I guess you kind of have to adapt, right? But okay, so I've seen people using Seraphine as a carry. How does that even work? Seraphine? I thought her kit was full on support besides the root thing. How would she, unless you draft a lineup that has a lot of damage already, I don't see how Seraphine carry ever works. Oh, that was oh my god, the ice bucket challenge. Bro, we are getting old. We are getting so freaking old. He's so skinny here. Look at this, all bones.
Should take his talents, but there was a bit of a catch. By the time
how does he get footage of this though? The ice bucket challenge? Damn.
To sign with T1, they already had a main lineup. SKT had signed a lot of talented first-generation Korean pros, building a super team that was already competing to win a title in Korea's top league, OGN Champions. Throwing a rookie into the mid lane on this roster might disrupt their plans or hurt his development, so SKT decided to build an entire second team specifically around him.
Oh, that's Coma,
this
right?
team, SK Telecom T1-2, was an all-rookie lineup made up of a series of prospects.
Oh shit, Banky, Faker, Piglet.
Faker.
I don't know Impact, I don't know Pumandu.
But we're seen as future
I've seen the names.
that could develop their talents while the team's main lineup went off to win championships today. Even if they were meant to take things slowly at first though, nobody on this roster did. In their first ever competition, SKT2 played well above the organization's expectations as they won a qualifier that placed them in OGN Champions right alongside their sister squad. That, of course, meant Faker was about to make his professional debut much faster than anyone anticipated. Not only that, but his first ever series would be one hell of a matchup as SKT were drawn to face CJ Entis Blaze, one of the most talented teams from OGN last year, with a mid laner many thought was the best in the region. Between the pressurized environment of their competitive debut as well as the skill of their opponent, most spectators thought this SKT roster would have a bit of difficulty at the very least in this high-stress game. That's what made it so shocking when Faker did this.
I was curious to see how well Captain Jack would do in this lane because he's been typically
literally.
Whoa, Ambition! What? Faker just executes Ambition in that mid lane. Just stop paying attention. Actually, look at this. A big tower dive. They're going to come down this bottom lane. Captain Jack the first target, and Lustboy's not going to escape either, I don't think. He's going to flash. Maybe we'll get away. No, there's a spear. A double kill for Faker. What a statement by this solo queue hero. Man. And it's going to be 2 more kills for SKT. They're going to go after these Nexus turrets. It looks like the game is over. So despite some, a little bit of a tense moment for SKT, they're going to
I'm just looking at Faker to see what he does. Doesn't really do anything in the last clip.
SKT obliterated Blaze in their OGN debut, mostly off the back of Faker. It was a shocking performance that instantly got everyone hooked on watching to see what this squad would accomplish for the rest of the split, and they did not disappoint. Across the rest of spring, SK Telecom T12 won nearly every game they played,
Damn.
finishing group stage in first place, easily qualifying for playoffs, where they continued their dominant run, sweeping another top club, Najin Shield, in their first best-of-3 series.
Oh. Oh. When your junior squad is outperforming the main squad, feels bad, man. Seraphine works with Senna support or just Nautilus? How? I know people pick Ashe and Seraphine a lot because it's a really good combo with the slow and the root, but I don't see how Seraphine ADC, Seraphine APC ever works. Sister team. Sisters beating the brother. Impact was the one to say Faker was 4 to 6 years ahead of the curve during Hall of Legends. Oh. Ah. I kind of remember him. At the same time, I don't. But these are the players that are like, I wouldn't say lost to time a little bit, but there's a lot of players in a lot of esports that you're not gonna remember the names of, right? Because their contributions, well, not necessarily their contributions, but their results are not as big as a team like T1s and the roster of T1s. And it is sad, because imagine being like the 99.99 percentile of human beings. Or was it the reverse? The 0.001 percentile of human beings, and you still get forgotten. That sad, bro. That's sad.
They only finally appeared mortal in semifinals when they lost 3-1 to a team named MVP Ozone, which sent them to the third place match, but they bounced back there, 3-0ing that series against CJ Entus Frost. This meant Faker, in his debut split, had qualified for Korea's top league, escaped group stage, swept his first ever best of series, and finished with a top 3 placing.
And
Any
beat the
rookie
shit
putting
out
up
of
that
his
performance in their debut
main
would
team.
instantly be heralded as a well-deserving star, but for SKT, this would be their worst result all year. It was such an explosive start to his career that rocked the world of Korean esports. Onlookers almost forgot to notice there was another Korean rookie that made his debut that very same split.
Aww.
Kim Hyuk-kyu, otherwise known as Deft, was another one of the stars rising up the world of competitive league in Season 3, who oddly enough shared a scary number of similarities with Faker. Both were born the same year, 5 months apart, raised in Seoul, South Korea, on opposite sides of a river that splits the city in two. When they grew older, they each attended the same high school, and although they never had classes together, at 16 years old, they both dropped out to pursue a career in professional League of Legends. But while Faker appeared to be a naturally gifted superstar, seemingly destined for greatness, Deft had a much harder road to take. Deft originally fell into online gaming through playing a Counter-Strike clone named Sudden Attack, mostly just for fun.
I've played
never
this.
thinking much of trying to make a career
Oh
out of
my
it.
God.
He was just a shy kid who didn't have many friends at school, so playing online games was how he managed to socialize. By the time he was in high school, Deft had developed a small friend group who enjoyed playing PC games together. And
There's a few games like this, right? Sudden Attack. I think for a small period of time there was a game called Wolf Team that me and my friends were pretty into. There's Gun Z. I think Gun Z to this day is still somewhat relevant because the combat is insane in that game. Of course, there's like closed arena shooters as well, like Quake or Unreal. But these are the games that are maybe actually lost to time a little bit. But looking back, it's fun. Are you watching the Deft and Faker documentary that the G-Bay made? The first 2 parts of it, at least, because it's a 4-hour video. Ain't no way I have the attention span to sit here for 4 hours. Seraphine has some nice ratios on her Q. The utility healing and CC is a plus. Ah. CF as a black shot point blank. I've never played point blank. I think I might have played a couple games of black shot. Yeah, these are the games, and if you're Southeast Asian, it's probably in G Arena, right? These games, even League of Legends back then was in G Arena. That's why all the Twitch Prime loot just doesn't go through. Sad.
11, his friends suggested they all try out their first MOBA, League of Legends, which had just been released in North America. They all began their journey making accounts on the North American server in Season 1, and Deft was the worst player among them. When Deft first started playing League, he struggled in making the adjustment of moving from the FPS genre to top-down strategy games. Additionally, playing on high ping, connecting to a server halfway around the world wasn't a very enjoyable experience.
Oh, no Korean servers.
Especially for a player who'd go on to dedicate himself to the most mechanically intensive role in League. AD carry is the other damage-dealing star for a team opposite mid lane, although one that's a bit more finicky. ADCs play on a much more remote corner of the map with less opportunity to roam and help out struggling teammates. Additionally, most champions played in the role start off matches relatively weak, not able to do too much until they scale to their true potential in the later stages of a game.
You don't roam, people roam to you, and you die.
Although Deft may have started off as one of the worst players in his friend group, he wanted to change that and began grinding away at League, trying to improve. He started to get better as early as Season 1, but his improvement really began to hit its stride when Korea had their own dedicated servers released for Season 2. Across 2012, while Faker was at the top end of the solo queue ladder, Deft was quietly grinding away matches in upper to mid elo. He still didn't have much thought of going pro himself, seemingly playing League for a simple love of the game. That all changed though when in preseason of 2013, Deft shot up in rating to a point where he reached the top 10 ranks on the ladder. The moment he hit such high elo, OGN coaches began adding him in-game, asking if he wanted to try out for their team, which gave him the idea maybe he could go pro. Following in Faker's footsteps, Deft dropped out of high school much to his parents' dismay,
Bro,
joining...
imagine if Deadlock was a thing back then. He would probably go pro in that game. FPS plus MOBA.
His first pro gaming team, the MVP organization. It was an exciting start for a player who'd go on to have a long career, albeit one that began somewhat slowly. Unlike SK Telecom, MVP were a club that didn't have much history to speak of. They were formed only a year
back then,
prior as
dude.
a StarCraft 2 clan, now dipping their toes into League of Legends. Additionally, by the time Deft joined MVP, the team already had a star AD carry named Imp, one of the top players in Korea. He was piloting the organization's main lineup, MVP Ozone, and was looking like one of the brightest stars in the team. This meant Deft, like Faker, would be relegated to the squad's rookie B team, MVP Blue, which saw a pretty brutal opening year of play. In their first splits, Blue struggled heavily as the team failed to find any sort of chemistry with their all-rookie lineup. Across spring 2013, they'd wind up dead last in their group, well below their sister squad, as well as Faker's SKT roster. Being a League pro could be pretty brutal, which almost gave Deft feelings of regret, thinking maybe dropping out of high school to play video games wasn't so smart. Not only was the life of competition, practice, and coaching pretty fierce in Korea, but since he was just a rookie, Deft's salary was crazy low, leaving him so poor he wasn't able to buy fast food without asking his parents to lend him money. That 2013 spring split provided some unexpected motivation though, as that was the
So there's a lot of esports orgs that take advantage of people, right? Especially back then, when esports was first established and it wasn't really regulated or anything yet. You could... I don't know Korea, like if it's different or anything, but I think there's a lot of predatory orgs that just sign players to super long-term contracts that you can never get out of, and your salary, your base pay is complete ass, and your winnings, like the dividends of the winnings, is also a complete ass. So it is not really until recent times that they started doing a lot better, but I still think there's a lot of scummy orgs out there. Crossfire is still popular though, right? G Arena management horror, yeah. was milking their riot points discounts. Oh, Smite. I've never played Smite. I played a little bit of Heroes of New Earth, but yeah, never played Smite. I just mostly stuck to Dota. Heroes of the Storm as well when it came out. I played a little bit of it, but never stuck to it for long. Izuhun is T1 coach right now. Yeah, I remember the name.
That saw MVP Ozone topple SKT in semi-finals. Ozone then went on to win that season's Korean Championship off the back of their AD carry Imp, providing Deft with a bit of inspiration. If the team's sister squad could go off and win a title, maybe Blue could too. Soon, Deft was taking all the advice he could get, particularly from Imp, who was happy to give him tips, especially after a couple of drinks.
I remember him coming up to me after he was drunk and saying, "Hey, let me tell you something about how to play ADC." He was sometimes a one-on-one tutor. Only when he was drunk. Mostly. Everyone knows that Imp was so good back in the days I received valuable advice.
And from then onward, Deft started improving a lot. Across the rest of 2013, the young AD carry began pulling off a few moments of brilliance. If you watched a Random Blue series that year, you'd likely witness at least a few awe-inspiring plays from Deft, who started putting everything together to a point where he was outplaying a few of Korea's top stars.
And Zephyr coming in, and they're gonna knock Chunja back in the box. Oh wow, he actually gets him. Deft may be able to finish Gorilla off too. It looks like he will. Oh, it's so close, but there's a missing shot for the double kill for Deft.
So I'm kind of just thinking, basically buy Soju for Imp, get challenger level coaching, or get like professional level coaching. And for some reason my brain is just thinking of how Dante's coached Jinxie to Silver.
A great counterplay by MVP Blue. Those were some nice moves by Deft.
Not only that, but Deft also began developing a really solid fundamental understanding of League, wrapping his head around the game on a macro scale. He was playing with such solid technique, many veterans in the scene couldn't help but take notice.
I was about to say, Deft has been a hero of this game, except for that true shot barrage, but his positioning has been so good. And he doesn't really have a big score, but you can see in his creep score and the way that he's created these huge zones that he's just been having an absolutely fantastic game.
Yeah.
He's the reason why the turrets have been dropping for MVP Blue. And of course, he had that insane play up in the top lane too.
This was a player that was starting to look like he might have the makings of a pro in him after all. There was only one issue still plaguing Deft's gameplay, which was tilting. Anytime a match started to go south, Deft couldn't help but get frustrated, allowing poor situations to affect his gameplay. A match might start off fine, for example, until something goes wrong, like an ally's death. This will set Blue behind, leaving Deft feeling pressured to do something drastic, which only leads to a silly mistake, setting the team further back.
I think most people play like this.
It's been like 40 minutes. You just ditch all your items.
Not defending his Nexus turrets right now.
Shouldn't be a...
So, go Draven. Oh well.
Definitely shouldn't be a professional thing, but you know.
That's pretty good too.
He has his ult to catch up. He just used his ult to give himself extra movement speed and ran him down.
When team
This was a
feeding,
pretty normal problem for any League player to deal with, especially a rookie, and
Yeah.
Deft wanted to fix it. Around this time, he'd take to watching horror movies every night in the
What?
hope it might toughen him up mentally.
What?
In 2013 OGN Summer, Deft and Blue did show some improvement, but it wasn't enough. This was still a rookie roster who got knocked out of groups again, with their low point being a humiliating series against Faker's SKT.
Because we do see Faker come in, immediately blow up Chunya
Jesus.
in one rotation, and that's Faker's mechanic.
Deft has a big part to play in this story, and we'll get to his greatness later on. He just had a very normal debut year, one you'd expect from a kid on an all-rookie roster. But seeing how rookie squads normally developed just made Faker and SKT's run all the more impressive. In OGN Summer, SK Telecom T12 one-upped their spring performance, finishing group stage with a perfect 6-0 record.
dude, Faker is like the neighbor's kid that your parents keep comparing you to when you're younger. His exam results are better. He's more athletic. He's more handsome. He's more. Maybe I'm projecting. I don't know.
before sweeping quarterfinals 3-0. This sent them to semis, where they got to enjoy a perfect revenge series against MVP Ozone. Coming out on top this time around sent Faker and SKT to their first ever grand final, where they'd now have to play for a championship against their organization's biggest rival. Korea Telecom and their esports team, KT Rolster, had history with SKT going all the way back to StarCraft. KT were one of the only other clubs able to
KT versus SKT?
Brood War players that could match SKT pound for pound. After a while, these two orgs constantly found themselves facing off against each other in grand finals of major Star League events, so frequently, in fact, fans dubbed their rivalry the Telecom War. Naturally, when League of Legends overthrew StarCraft as the biggest esport in the country, both clubs set up teams and were now about to face off for the first time in this new game for an OGN title.
And here he comes to try push.
Here comes, yeah, Score, Arcade shifting away. And they're waiting, there's a snowball on the Mafia. Will they get it? Will this be first blood? It will be, but it will be for Score. They trade. But it's going to be a jump breaker. Oh, a double kill for Score! A huge beginning for him. Piglet having to use his ultimate to get away. Coming in and just 100 to 0ing people. And that's going to set up a dragon. Insect, he may go in. He might go in. There's a crow storm over the wall with the flash. A huge.
I don't know what happened, but it happened.
Immediately, SKT on the run. A double kill for Tristana. Piglet
showing that they're still dangerous even when they're this far down.
Yeah.
I feel like if they... and
here comes Score, yeah. Coming in over the top. Impact is right there, though. Needs to be careful. He
Gets
does
killed
take down
by
Piglet.
a super minion, actually, and that'll be it.
That is
Finals started off lopsided, with KT taking the first two games of the series, threatening a sweep if SKT didn't get their act together. For any other rookie team, you'd expect them to fold under the pressure, because after all, they would now have to reverse sweep if they wanted to win. Of course, Faker was up to the challenge.
While they were low, but instead, Piglet and
Oh, here we go, the all-in on Ryu. Death Mark has been activated. Ignite helps him get the kill. The turret, not quite.
I would have died 3 times there.
Speaking, going for it. SKT comes in, immediately takes out Ryu. Jumping onto Kakao, he's the next victim. Score and Mafia not lasting. A great Syra ultimate. Double kill again for Faker. And it is an easy ace for SK Telecom. Yeah, Mengi comes in on Insect. They're going to do some damage to him. Faker rushes in. If they can get Zac out of the way, and they do, what a huge move. Suddenly, the support's in a bit of trouble. Ryu gets taken down. This is SKT's fight. Goodbye, Score. Double kill for Faker. Score in the back lane. Score has to back off a bit. Kakao very low. Mandu coming in. Over the top. There's Piglet jumping into the base. Trying to do the damage. The crescendo hits everybody, but it's too late. Piglet already has a double kill. Make it a triple kill. And there's the coach. There's Coma looking at his team. Looking at the team that's going to force a game 5.
Koma's just like, this player fucked up at this time. He missed the CS at this time. This could be improved at this time. You shouldn't die at this time. He's just writing shit down, man. Zero expressions on his face. Did you know about last year's World Finals? Which World Finals? Like what? The only thing I remember is the Mundo pick. It's one of the reasons why franchising is not going away, despite the fans complain about the level gap in the top teams compared to the lower teams. I just played Dota 1 Crossfire League. I just played Dota 1. And then when Dota 2 came out, I played Han a little bit before Dota 2. But yeah, I hopped into Dota 2. TNC versus OG. We don't talk about that. Unless you're Pinoy. If you're Pinoy, you're happy. Ryu about to die again. Ryu dies again tonight. Exactly, that's Coma. That Coma is like, Coma just gives the impression of a disappointed Asian dad. That's his whole existence. 2025 KT versus T1. It was T1 KT for the finals. I don't remember the teams because I don't recall. Hell, I don't even remember the world song for 2025, honestly. But yeah, like the only thing I remember is the Mundo pick. Because that's like, as a new, like, I wasn't even playing League back then. I didn't even know, like, the only player I knew was Faker. Watching that whole thing. And the fact that they had a Mundo, like, they were expecting an invade from Mundo, and Mundo was just in the brush reading his skills.
Pulled off comeback victories in both of the next games to knot the series up.
It's like me.
Sending the Orgs into a final Game 5 tiebreaker. In OGN at the time, there was a rule that stated all Game 5s would be played in the blind pick mode rather than draft, meaning there were no bans and teams could simply pick the champions and composition.
Now it's all fearless, right?
Best. This meant there was a possibility that both teams might end up picking the same champions in the same roles, which occurred twice in this Game 5. Both top laners picked the meta tank Shen, and both mid laners picked the hyper carry assassin Zed. As the final match began, everyone in the world was watching to see who'd end up as Korea's champion. The game swung back and forth for a while, leaving viewers on the edge of their seat.
Game's gonna be disorienting as fuck.
When Faker pulled off the greatest outplay in League of Legends history.
You have just Faker nightmares. You wake up in a cold sweat. You're like, Faker's behind me.
I know, right? I'm like, even though I only have a mat on the floor, I think he's in the bed. Oh, Faker may be in trouble here. Deathmark tries to clean it up for Ryu.
Bro,
oh, look at the Chris, look at the moves. Faker!
What the fuck?
Faker with a huge play, the QSS.
Oh, it's that clip.
He actually won that duel.
I can't believe that
SK
happened.
Telecom
I'm
just charges into the KT Bullets base.
Oh, wow. Can you say GG?
This highlight clutched Game 5 for SKT and won Faker his first domestic title. SK Telecom were Korea's champions, and perhaps more importantly, they were about to head off to their first international event, Worlds, representing Korea as their #1 seed. Ironically, that World Championship ended up being much less exciting than OGN Summer because of just how dominant SKT were. After only dropping one game in group stage, SKT swept through the event with ease, proving Korea was the best region in the world.
Jesus.
They crushed last year's World
there's a 5-game series.
Played a tough series versus Korea's #2 seed in semis, and managed to sweep China's #1 seed in grand finals to win Korea's first World Championship.
Gonna go down. This could be a 20-minute game for SK Telecom. They will be the Season 3 World Champions here at the Staples Center.
I think back then, you already know Koreans were like the premier pro players of any games. Because of StarCraft, mostly.
Impressive victory at the end. SKT is the team that starts slow and finishes even stronger. But they started this.
What is this Squid Games ass set right here?
Back in South Korea, Deft sat at home watching Faker lift the Summoner's Cup halfway around the world. I can't imagine it was easy, seeing a classmate who shared so much of your background accomplish so much in his debut year. Deft's rookie campaign, by comparison, ended pretty forgettably, although he did have some highlights and even earned some fans. Deft's teams hadn't even made a playoff series, much less come close to winning any sort of trophy. Perhaps the most significant thing that happened was when commentators noticed Deft looked a little bit like an alpaca, resulting in fans giving him his first nickname. But at the start of Season 4,
where it came from.
Deft got his own shot at greatness.
Why?
Going into 2014, MVP sold their League of Legends division to Korea's richest company, the Samsung Corporation, who went on to rebrand the teams under their flagship, now named Samsung Galaxy Ozone and Samsung Galaxy Blue. Ozone were still considered the main lineup for now, but it appeared as though Samsung wanted each roster to be equally competitive as they completely rebuilt Blue around Deft. This new lineup didn't have much time to practice together, as the first tournament they'd compete in, the 2013 World Cyber Games Korean Qualifier, occurred just 2 weeks after Worlds ended. Here, the rookie squad was thrown into the fire immediately.
Just like Dota, no off seasons.
Their sister team in the single elimination bracket. Nobody thought these fresh faces had much of a chance, but in a surprising turn of events, the rookie team upset the main roster in a narrow 2-1 series. This sent them to semifinals, where they'd now have to face off against the defending world champions, marking the first time Deft and Faker squared off in a full series elimination match. SKT had just won Worlds. Nobody expected Blue to play up to their level, but that's what made it so surprising when the series kicked off, with Faker getting solo killed.
There's a Cocoon. Bengi gets jumped on. A lot of damage put on him by Spirit. He needs to save power to the wall, but there's Repel chasing him down. Bengi in a bit of trouble. Can he catch him? Can he get the execute? Forces the flash. Meanwhile, Pawn 1v1 Faker.
The unkillable Demon King.
I gotta see the replay of that.
Killed.
Yeah, this is look at what happened. Faker from full health as well.
Yeah.
And Faker comes in with the auto harass.
Oh, he's playing as Orianna as well.
Trying to wait and see what happens. Whoop. Okay, so Faker tries to. Oh, he plays way too aggressively right here. He gets hit by a lot of that minion damage, and Pawn just turns around and hits him with a point-blank spear to the face.
One of the players Samsung had signed for Blue was a mid laner named Pawn. Originally playing under the username Wan Sok, Pawn had spent the previous year competing for an...
What the how did go? That's how I'm choosing to read this. Ain't no... go. MD, what is up? We're having a nice day. Made a reference to the Mundo moment in the World Championship Ward. I need to see that. I've seen the skins, but I haven't seen the awards and shit. Allowed the orgs to pay their players tons of money compared to the salary they used to get. Also allowed League to not shell out a ton of money in terms of prize pool. Yeah. I mean, if League ever did the Dota thing of having 25% of the battle pass, like if they ever did a massive Worlds battle pass type shit, and they had players be able to, like, they take a percentage of the money that they earn from players who bought the battle pass to fund Worlds, it's definitely gonna be a lot more than Dota. Dota did that, League never did, and that's why Dota's like TI prize pool is inflated to shit. And people basically, whenever they win TI, they just retire. So you don't really have a lot of the longevity that League pro players have. Granted, Faker can retire yesterday and probably still have enough money to like probably build his own team if he wants to, but he owns part of T1, right? So that's not the case for a lot of other players, so unfortunately. I don't know how well the tier 2, tier 3 divisions in League is doing right now in terms of how much their players earn. But that shit is non-existent in Dota, especially nowadays, where I think a lot of the orgs, because after COVID, a lot of orgs I think realized that esports is not beneficial. Like you can't earn shit from esports. You're just losing a fuck ton of money on esports. Never seen a Korean team in Dota 2, or it was just me? There was one. There's MVP Phoenix, but that's pretty much it. They were dominant for a little bit, but their performance was like pretty on and off. They didn't win the big one, and at the time, because Faker just has a chokehold over Korea in terms of esports and in terms of just like, because Faker has a firm chokehold over Korea, League has a firm chokehold over Korea, and nobody just wanted to play Dota. Like Dota couldn't penetrate the Korean side of esports. They do that, it's just players don't really rely on prize pool winnings as much because they have high salaries. I haven't actually ever heard about the salaries of Dota players. I'm sure there's a lot. I'm sure for tier 1 players it's gonna be pretty insane. But yeah, I've never really researched into the salaries of players. Mostly the winnings. And the winnings is insane. You win TI once, you're good. You can retire. You're funding your whole the entire next 3 or 4 generations of your family. Esports winter is real. It's quite difficult in the scene. It's just not battle pass but skins. So they do that. But like it's not much then, right? Because Worlds still doesn't have a high prize pool even to this day. So maybe they take like a small portion of it. In Dota Battle Pass is basically 25% of every battle pass that is bought. And all the levels and all the stuff. And they are Valve is like, for those of you who don't know, Valve invented the battle pass for Dota. They're the first ones to do it. And they put a lot of shit behind paywalls. Like really high levels. And you usually, to even get to that point, there is no way of getting all the cosmetics for free. Maybe you can get one of the really good cosmetics for free. Well, I say free, you still have to buy the battle pass regardless. So it's like maybe $5-10 or something, like USD. But to actually get all the really good cosmetics, there's usually 3 every year. To get all 3, you have to pay. There's no way around it. You cannot reach it free. But they stopped doing that, and TI prize pool just went back to normal. By normal, I mean still more than Worlds, but it's a lot less prestigious than it used to be, especially with the Saudi tournaments, right? The EWC or something like that. Those are oil prince tournaments, pretty much.
Amateur team named MIG Blitz. He shared quite a few similarities to Deft and Faker, as yet another young kid from Seoul trying to make it in competitive league, albeit one that actually finished high school. Most onlookers knew
Feels
very little
good,
about
man.
him or his
Education.
previous year competition at the time of his signing, but as it turned out, Pawn might have been the most dedicated player in Korean League up until that point. Across Season 3, he racked up 3,800 total solo queue matches, more than any other player in Korea. That number averages out to just over 10 games a day, every day, for a full year. All that practice paid off as he showed some flashes of brilliance with his amateur team, enough to get him an offer playing for Samsung Blue. And in this series against SKT, he played out of his mind.
In order to pick up that second kill and make sure that...
Faker gets taken out by Pawn again. He's going to get out.
Well, that surprised me again, and wow, Faker not having the best game, but Pawn absolutely dominating him.
Yeah, really nicely done. He's going to go down for sure. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, goodbye, Spirit. Another kill for SK Telecom. Pawn, there's the Ignite, the level 6 finally up.
Double, triple kill!
No way! Pawn is the new Faker. I guess this is going to be a 2-0 for Samsung Blue. They defeat the League of Legends Season 3 World Champions in style. Wow.
That
is this real life?
Insane upset.
League fans across the world were stunned.
I mean, these sort of things happen, right? If you win the big one, you might not feel like the fire that you felt when you were trying for the big one. I don't know if, because Worlds is definitely gonna be the big one, right? I don't know if these tournaments, like, they take it as seriously because it's only a couple of weeks after. So they might be tired, they might be just like chilling. It might be an obligation to play these tournaments. They made it to finals though. But who knows? I don't know their mentality heading into this. So yeah.
How poor SKT looked. They got swept 2-0 by a rookie
Might just be a bad day for Faker.
Anyone could talk about. Even international pros had to tune into the VODs and see just how this roster took down the former best team in the world.
Yeah, I think that they got back to Korea right after the World Finals and started practicing for this tournament. That's my understanding.
Damn, that's intense.
Yep. No
Whoever's speaking, he sounds stoned as fuck.
days off.
Respect it though. That's some hard work.
That's how you win a world championship.
Yeah, you gotta just put the time in. I think that's like always what it comes down to being better, is just put the time in.
Not only was Pawn looking like one of the next great mid laners about to conquer Korea, but Deft was also playing much better himself, giving Blue a deadly two-pronged attack. As time went on, fans eventually learned
Bro, these
carries
logos,
struck up
they
really
look
close.
atrocious. Holy.
These carries struck up a really close friendship, which probably helped Deft and his tilting issues quite a bit. As a kid who originally got into League of Legends just as a way to have fun with friends, I'm sure it meant a lot to him developing his first close pro friendship in the esports scene. With Samsung taking down SKT, it sent waves across Korea. This was a roster made up almost entirely of young, talented stars. No first-generation pros. All these players were so new, they still had their best days ahead. Realizing they were witnessing the birth of a new generation of star, Korean fans gave this roster the nickname the Crazy High School Kids, and they might just be favorites to take the next Korean title. WCG ended
Sounds like
with
a
Blue
Japanese
losing
band.
a narrow 2-1 series to CJ Entus, but even with the slip-up, many still thought they were the squad to watch for the next Korean split, OGN Winter. This season started off a little unlucky for Blue, as they were drawn into arguably the group of death, but after splitting all their games 1-1 and securing a spot out of groups with second place, many were still very excited to see what this roster could accomplish in playoffs. It looked like this was finally Deft's time to shine in the spotlight, until Samsung Blue were drawn to face Faker in quarterfinals.
The one image tells the whole story.
Faker reminded everybody that SKT were the team to watch in Korea, as Samsung Blue were swept 3-0 in quarterfinals. SKT went on to win this entire winter championship without dropping a single game in group stage or bracket. Perhaps out of a desire for revenge, though, Faker's best game all split came in this series against Blue, when he did something almost cruel against Pawn. See, back in that WCG qualifier when Pawn solo killed Faker, he did so with Nidalee, an AP poke mid lane mage that
How many
fans
times?
in League thought had become way too strong. She had a long-range poke with her spear coupled with a really strong heal, both of which scaled well off AP. A star mid laner using her well could snowball a game in their favor fast, which explains a little bit of how Pawn was able to snowball such an impressive lead against Faker.
How many
In game
times?
2 of this rematch series, though, Faker picked AP Nidalee mid against Pawn and used her to pick Blue apart.
How many times is Faker gonna fuck him ass?
Forward, look at that. Just, catching up with his spear like you do. A little bit
What
of
in the fuck happened there?
Oh man,
What is this? The damage on the spears, dude.
Yeah, and impact. Acorn just kind of whiffs his ult right there.
Oh my god.
Very nice. Nicely threaded. I mean, Faker hit pretty much everything this game. The skill shots were just, oh my.
Wow. I mean, it's just like a non-stop highlight reel. Faker killing people with spears like this one. Death, more than half of his life left. Doesn't matter. Goodbye.
Pawn was still viewed as one of the best mid laners.
It's like it reminds me of the weird sniper meta in Dota where everything sort of stacks with his ult. Except this is a skill shot, right? You still have to hit the skill. Sniper ult is just one ult every 20 seconds or so that you can repeatedly spam and it stacks with your items. It stuns for however many seconds, I don't remember, and it deals a massive chunk of damage. You pretty much just start spamming that shit. It doesn't really work in Pro Dota though. It works in pubs and it's fun. Just watch people getting obliterated. Revenue winning world skins are pretty good. Oh, but those are only for the players who won, right? Those are not for... Yeah, I mean, if you already won Worlds and you get the World skin and you get the revenue from the skin as well, that's gonna be so much money. This year is the Gen skin that they showed. Which league had that? I had one skin and it was Faceless Void. I don't even know that skin. Probably expensive from the name. Miss Monty DOA casting. I think that's Dom. Sounds like I Will Dominate. Oh, I heard that name before. I don't think I've ever watched his streams, but IWD, right? I've heard that name before. C9 coach right now in NA. Isn't the I Will Dominate is a coach? Oh. Isn't I heard Yamato Cannon joined C9 as coach. He was stoned there for sure. Pick will do this all the time. Pick the other mid laner's best champ and beat them on it. In addition to winning, you give people mental damage. Sniper ult cannot be blocked. Yeah. You could Lotus it and let him have a taste of his own medicine, but that's like if you're timing it correctly. This version of Nidalee was broken. The AP rations on a Q was through the roof. Also, a Q was and is right now scale of damage depending on how far it lands. Jesus. Dom was a pro player in early NA, became streamer, now a coach. Ah. Yeah, I think I recognize that name, but there's a lot of streamers that used to be pro players in League, right? So, yeah. I don't know much of the details behind their careers, but Scara is one that I want to know. Because I used to watch a lot of OTV stuff back when I was younger and interested. Now I'm old and I don't care.
In Korea, but was now squarely behind Faker in their quickly emerging rivalry. In response to the setback, Samsung presumably felt as though they had to do something to keep their teams competitive against SKT. So they decided to move Pawn to the main lineup, swapping mids. Deft was separated from his friend, as Samsung seemed to be reminding everyone Blue were just the B team to train stars for their main squad. I don't know what the players on Blue were thinking at the time. Nobody other than the lineup themselves will ever know for sure what their emotional reaction was to this switch. It's never fun to be the little brother who has to sit back and see your sibling always stealing the spotlight. So perhaps it was this move in particular that set a fire under the team, because after this roster swap, Blue couldn't stop winning.
That is a good problem to have. Couldn't stop winning.
With an immaculate group stage, as the team only dropped one game out of 6, sending them into their second OGN quarterfinals. Although they had lost a star mid laner in Pawn, the team had picked up another star in Dade, a mid lane prodigy from Korea's first generation of pros, who previously was considered such a talented leader. He was nicknamed the General, always seen wearing a special general's jacket on stage. Dade was playing pretty well himself at the start of this split, eager to earn back some of the lost respect from a few previous disappointing campaigns on Ozone, but it was Deft and his improved play that helped the team win their first quarterfinal.
So I do have to ask, who is Deft's main champs? Like, who is he most known for?
With the Zenith blade onto Hart, gets knocked away immediately. Meanwhile, AD carry duel, Deft nearly taking down space. Madlife trying to do something. Oh, the ult misses. Here comes Ziggs coming in with the Mega Inferno bomb. Doesn't do much. Deft
I think I see a lot of Ezreal.
On the Madlife, though.
Maybe Tristana.
Nearly hit 2 people. He nearly killed space with that True Shot Barrage too. It was actually incredibly well aimed.
Whoa, Coco gets knocked out. Spirit there. There's the pulverize. Deft coming in to finish it off. And that's another kill for Deft. Samsung Blue really starting to run away with this game.
If Blue kept playing this well, they might have a chance to win OGN outright. But to do that, they'd first have to go through their sister squad. Ozone had been doing well with the roster swap themselves up until this point. Pawn was finding great synergy with
up until this point,
finishing 6-0 in group stage, then beating SK Telecom in quarterfinals, giving Pawn his own bit of revenge against Faker. Ozone were supposed to be the main lineup between these two teams after all, even with their one loss.
Dude, some players are really touchy, yeah? Some players just cannot keep their hands off of the teammates.
This was the team who brought the organization their first title back in their
It's like the aunt
days.
that pinches your cheeks every time you meet her.
The best AD carry in either lineup, and one that didn't tilt quite as often as Deft.
걔 멘탈이 아주 장난 아니에요. 자기가 라인전 지면은 정글 아닌 미드 다 불러요 그냥. 은근히 멘탈이 좀 쉽게 나가갖고 그때는 빨리 수습을 해줘야 돼요.
Damn, is that bad?
인정하는 부분이에요. 제가 멘탈이 너무 약해서.
With Pawn joining and making this roster even stronger, Ozone were seen as the easy favorites to win the series, putting their little brother back down in his place. Very few League fans thought Blue had any chance.
And really get the smite away. Imp there as well. They're waiting for it. Red buff still not taken. Spirit a bit low. Spirit has to flash. Oh, they slowed down with the briefcase. They're coming in. A lot of slows. Oh, but Dade comes from the outside. Looper extremely low. And there's first blood going to Imp already. Looks like they'll trade though.
I like how all the champs I don't even recognize, but I recognize Mundo with his briefcase.
To spot Imp. There's the ignite. Dade coming in. The solar flare. Slows down Dade. Dade gets the ultimate though. Oh, he doesn't kill him. No, he does kill him. And now Dade fighting with Mata. He's going to get another one.
Jesus.
2 kills and Looper is right. No Spirit's there. Yeah, Spirit has to come in trying to help. But Deft may be in trouble. There's the Glitterlance. Deft getting low. He pops a heal. Can he get out though? Trying to flash away. He's trying to make it. Oh man, first blood goes to
with the
Spirit.
TP.
Yeah, but
That's a Cockmore, right?
for Spirit. A triple kill for Spirit. There's a tidal wave engage again from Renekton, and Dade gets a great ultimate again, gets out of the fight, comes right back in, onto Imp, onto Pawn, 2 kills already for Deft. This is it, it's gonna be an ace, says Looper, tries to get away, another double kill for Spirit, they'll let him go.
Looks like a Zergling.
And with 30 plus second death timers on everybody, this is going to be it. Ozone knows it, and it may have been a little bit improbable, but after what a season Blue has had, it's no surprise that at the end of the day, Samsung Blue will take it 3-1. They are going to the Champion Spring Grand Finals.
Samsung Blue
That
upset
puke on the
Ozone off
ground.
Incredible play from the team top to bottom. Dade was the superstar everyone
Who's
couldn't
your
stop
daddy?
talking about with his highlights on Yasuo, but Deft had
Daddy's
his own impressive
home.
moments, particularly with his mental fortitude. Ozone took game 1 of the series in pretty dominating fashion, the sort of stop that normally sets players on tilt. Yet Deft was unaffected, helping to carry the next 2 games to easy victories.
Looper gets himself caught in the end, and Deft should be able to finish him off. A missing shot, one more. Oh, there we go. Okay, he's going to get
Red
a
buff.
Yep.
With Blue up 2-1, Ozone responded by picking on Deft in Game 4, as if they were trying to make him tilt through constant ganks and harassment, but he never let the pressure get to him. Samsung Blue finished out the series with a victory, coming out on top, and sending the team into Grand Finals. For Deft, slaying his sister squad was the toughest part of this playoff run. In Grand Finals, he played lights out and won his first Korean championship.
I never took Deft for someone who tilts. Looking at his, like, just from what I've seen, right? Worlds 2022, he just seems so chill.
The final nail in the coffin to Naj and White Shield, and it is that type of play.
But I guess in game you can turn into a demon. An endless tilting mountain.
It was just the mental blocks holding him back, which seemed as though they may have finally been vanquished. The Samsung organization was so happy to see both their squads performing at a top level, they even went so far as to rename them to Samsung Blue and Samsung White, symbolically showing they were now on the same level. In the following summer split, Blue continued their momentum, storming through the season with more great performances. They topped their group stage for a second straight time, followed it up with more victories in bracket, until they managed to face off against their
He must get insane
followed it up with more
headphone
victories in bracket,
dent,
until they managed
right?
to face off.
Just look at how puffy his hair is. He must get insane dents.
Off against their sister team in semis once again, and once again, Deft played lights out.
Oh, here we go. Dandy, they're going in. Acorn getting back. Dade gets pushed out of the fight by Mata a little bit. Deft doing a lot of damage. Everyone flying in. A lot of AoE. And Deft on the outside doing tons. Dade, Pawn, the last one standing. Almost. Looper, of course.
Just say his name like it is. Say it like it's intended. Just say that E.
And that will also be the game. Samsung Blue coming back for a 3-1 victory over their sister team, Samsung White. They're going to the finals for the second season in a row.
And they're going to leave Korea as the first seed.
They are number one.
Blue crushed White 3-1, solidifying they had become the better roster, and possibly the best team in Korea. They narrowly stumbled in grand finals, losing their last series, but that actually didn't matter too much, because with their grand finals berth, Samsung Blue had just earned Korea's #1 seed for the 2014 World Championship. Faker had his world title, now it was Deft's turn.
But damn, imagine that it took so many more years
Season 4 Worlds
for
was
him
an
to
exciting
accomplish
time
it.
for League fans across the globe, since this was the first Riot-hosted international tournament in a full year. Nobody had seen top-tier inter-regional competition since SKT's run last season, and Deft was in a perfect position to lead Samsung Blue to repeat that performance. Blue were favorites to win Worlds going into the event. Of the 3 Korean teams in attendance, Blue had beaten the other 2 competitors head-to-head in spring and summer. There certainly was some question about whether or not another region could topple Korea and take Worlds for themselves, but after Blue opened the tournament thrashing China's OMG in their very first game, those thoughts were quickly put to rest.
Team come around the back and OMG are caught out of position. The wave catches on towards Sam. The intervention isn't enough to save his life. The rocket jump away, but he will get burned down. Going gets caught out as well. It's a double bill for Deft, and they are just romping through them now. They have full control of that jungle.
Apart from a small hiccup, the rest of group stage was a breeze for Blue, who made it out with the #1 seed.
Oh my
It honestly
God.
felt a little like poetry. Deft's Worlds began exactly like Faker's did a year ago, with a strong start, dropping only 1 match in groups. In bracket, Blue continued that performance when placed up against North America's Cloud9 in quarterfinals, who they dispatched with ease.
C9 balls.
Oh, pretty good. Good one. Hard taken solo. They get down, don't they? But can they get anything else? Deft still up. Sneaky comes in. It's back and forth.
Oh, it's Sneaky.
Get the hell out of there for the rat-a-tat-tat. Spirit goes in towards him. He's trying to keep them at bay. Oh! The exhaust goes.
How many times have the casters done puns on balls? You can't tell me they don't. Maybe they have to try to keep it professional. Maybe they'll get fined if they do it excessively, but you can't tell me there's not a single time where they don't say balls went in deep. This is a wasted opportunity, man, if they don't do this. Take the Tascara OG. Severe play. Caitlyn Kog'Maw. Ah. So Kog'Maw, yeah, I haven't seen his Caitlyn yet.
Down, high picked off. It's the ace once again for Samsung Blue. It was so hopeful for a moment, but again, it's the Koreans that come out on top.
With only 4 teams remaining, Blue were now all but guaranteed to win Worlds. That's because on the other side of the bracket, 2 Chinese teams would play each other for a spot in grand finals, both of which should be relatively easy competition for whoever faced them. Deft and Samsung Blue just had to overcome their sister team one last time. Samsung White were old news at this point. Blue had beaten them in every head-to-head series played this year. They came out on top when they had Pawn as their mid laner at WCG, and Blue still came out on top even after the roster swap, trading the team's mids. This was the Samsung team destined to win a world championship. All they had to do was take this series
and really avoid the chain of corruption in this fight. They do have an edge leading into this. Let's see if
Every
they call
time
it
they
before
premise
grab.
this, it's never a good thing.
Teleport down. It's going to be right on top of each other. Donnie gets what he wants. He is going to be out of the fight, and he also has the intervention on. Pawn almost goes down here, but he gets the brush control. Denies the vision. Oh no, Looper gets going. And
That was Mata.
It's there. Red buff on him as well. Whoever gets tagged is probably going to be tagged for death. Dandy tries it out. A great heal coming from Mata to save Dandy. Another jump from Looper as he gets a kill.
But it's like the sister team versus the original team. The one time it matters, they can't do it.
Death gets hit up. There's no heal for him. Chain of corruption did go out, but it's soon as Looper is let out of that prison, he is just knocking down the walls and finding more kills. A double for him, another ace for Samsung White.
It's almost a 20,000 goal lead at 26 minutes. At this point, Blue has absolutely zero chance of winning this game.
Are they going to be able to get in?
Danger.
Dade's big.
It's real danger.
Dade is big.
That's a kill.
That was what?
What even happened?
Quick hit over.
Wait, what even happened?
That was. Are they going to be able to get in?
Danger.
Dade's big.
It's real danger.
Dade is big.
That's a kill.
Huh?
That was what?
Not good.
Quick hit over. This one goes down. Dragon goes to Pawn. Pawn gets another one. What in the world is happening right now? Too much off of that, but they do get a kill over to Dade. Still the fight continues. Pawn comes in with the jump. That just looks like he is going to do
That Jace is chasing all over them.
Double kill for Pawn as he gets a kill on Dade and Acorn, and he just gets bigger and bigger. 7-2-4.
Out early on in the game here, and Acorn actually gets hit again.
That's going to be some big damage. The exhaust is staying
What the
Oh
fuck?
my God, they actually pull off the kill as well. You can see that. Look,
They want to steal. They want to steal. Let's see what they can do.
Oh, the Prince of Thieves comes up once again, kicks away, almost to safety. That's a kill going over to Spirit, but Looper's finalized himself 1, 2.
Not only did they lose, they lose 3-0. Damn.
Not look good right now for the quickest in this best of 5 series, and they do not hesitate to drop the Nexus. It's only going to take 3. Samsung White finally defeats Samsung Blue.
And in such a remarkable fashion, 3 incredibly one-sided fast games. They do it in such style, picking Akali in the top lane, Kassadin in the top lane, Assassins in the mid lane. Really, anything they felt like playing is what it felt like. To finally defeat the
Def was like trying his hardest not to pull a puppy there. Grabbing his headphones and fucking whamming it towards the monitor.
team they could not get past. In this way, is legendary.
In an upset nobody predicted, Samsung White came out on top. Blue didn't just lose, they got swept, 3-0. The series was particularly heartbreaking for Deft, largely because it wasn't his fault. In Game 1, Blue constantly found themselves mispositioned, getting killed by Samsung White outnumbered over and over. While Deft did have a few misplays, he ended up being the only positive player on the team by late game, trying to farm into his AD carry power spike. Blue's mid laner, on the other hand, Dade, was making mistakes all over the place, completely outclassed by Pawn. Game 2 was closer. For a while, Blue were keeping the match tight in kills and gold, again off some stellar AD carry play from Deft. But once again, Blue started making a few critical errors, with jungle, mid, and top getting caught out with really simple mistakes. This put the whole team on tilt as they started forcing one losing fight after another, always without their AD carry. Then, all the mental strength Deft had built up over the year was broken in one series. Game 3 was a slaughter.
If we were to track through the history of League of Legends at best of 5s, the accumulated kill death score and the total gold lead of that series, I doubt you'd find one worse than this one. Absolutely. And it's in the semifinals of Worlds. It is miraculous what White is doing right now.
Damn.
Rather than Blue celebrating an impending Worlds title, White were the ones off to Grand Finals instead, and it destroyed Deft. If seeing his classmate win Worlds last year wasn't hard enough for him, I can only imagine how overwhelming it must feel to come so close, only to be knocked out right before the finish line. Instead, it was Pawn that got to move on, reclaiming his status as one of the best mid laners in the game. When both teams took the stage after the series to take a bow, Blue's mid laner Dade gave his special General's jacket to Pawn, telling him to go off and win the World Championship. Pawn was able to do exactly that, as he alongside Imp made their way to Grand Finals, where China's RNG couldn't match up to their level. Samsung White crushed them 3-1, earning Pawn his first World Championship, and Samsung their first as an organization.
RNG, so they beat Uzi's team?
Is gonna fall. Only Lulu really there to stop them. The second Nexus saw it fall. They're gonna focus.
Oh, it is Uzi. See his name here. Fucking Chinese uncrowned kings.
What a sight. What an extraordinary world championship Samsung White has had.
Well, the favorites to enter these big tournaments almost always never come out on top.
By the end of Season 4, League of Legends had officially been out for half a decade, and at this point in that lengthy history, there had never been a player or team who remained at the top of the game for long. There was never a repeat world champion, or a star who could call themselves best in the game for more than a season or two. One generation came along to reach the top only
what is happening in that fucking picture,
in a season or two. One generation came along to reach the top only to be overthrown by the next, which is why many thought this story was coming to an end. The crazy high school kids came into League and had their day in the sun. They reached the top, won some world championships, or at least came pretty damn close, and played some great League of Legends all along the way. But it was only a matter of time until the next generation took over. Nobody expected this story to continue.
For another 10 years.
It did. We didn't know it at the time, but Deft and Faker were special. They weren't just great League of Legends players who were the best of their era, they were two of the best of all time. These high school rivals were destined to be locked in a struggle to overthrow each other that would go on for many more years after this. They'd fight for Korean championships, world titles, and the status of best in the game over and over again. In fact, they're about to face off at an international grand final.
So, where on the podium would Deft be in terms of some of the best players of all time? Because it's obviously like Faker's number one. A lot of people have been saying maybe Carrier's approaching that point. Because like he's super consistent, he's super amazing and all that. But would Deft be a name that you would consider putting in the Hall of Legends? Above players like Reckless or Double Lift or other names that I know off the top of my head. Uzi lost both 2013 and 2014. Big sad. Why are you eating that trophy? That's exactly what I'm thinking. Top 5 IMO just for longevity. So he's in contention, I guess. Depends on criteria. So if for you guys right now, if you were able to pick the next Hall of Legends like inductee, who would you put? Who is the name that we gotta be watching out for at this point in time? Because I know they're likely gonna be announcing the next inductee at like MSI, right? Maybe around grand finals or some shit. But who would you put if you are able to choose? If you are the board that decides. Deft is the pinnacle of unbreakable will. Not in his early days, apparently. He broke like crazy in his early days. But yeah, to constantly see him being compared to Faker, right? It's obviously gotta suck for him. But for 99.9% of us, if we're ever approaching any sort of careers like this, we're gonna be the Defts. We're not gonna be the Fakers. So like Deft is relatable everyman. Personally, I want my GOAT Barrel. I need to know who that is. I've heard some people mention his name before, but not really seen him play or his contributions just yet. Hopefully sometime in the near future.
Where Deft will make the riskiest gamble in League of Legends history.
What he gambling? What he doing?
It almost can't be overstated how disappointed Deft was following 2014 Worlds. His team, Samsung Blue, came in as the #1 seed from Korea. The overwhelming favorites predicted to sweep their way to a title just as Faker, his high school rival, had done a year before. Yet somehow, not only did Blue fail to win it all, they were eliminated by their sister team, a roster they had repeatedly beaten all year long, except now, when it mattered most. It was a shock to spectators, although there were some warning signs Blue weren't quite so unshakable. Earlier back in World's group stage, on their opening day of games, Blue played an interesting match against a team named Fnatic. This was Europe's number 2
Reckless.
seed that had historically been quite good, but who were having an up and down year. Most spectators didn't think Fnatic would be able to put up much of a fight against
Really
Blue.
young Reckless, I
But They
think.
did more than that.
Before all the tattoos.
There's a second Nexus straight. Peke using a last second budget. Fnatic are fighting here. Is it going to go well for them? Is it going to go their way? They finish it off. And Fnatic take down Samsung Blue.
Samsung Blue were obliterated by the scrappy European squad, which proved to be the first signal something was wrong, and it rattled Deft.
Damn,
After the
he's
game,
young
Deft
there.
was seen on stage with tears welling in his eyes. It looked like this loss undid all the hard work he had put into conquering his volatile emotions. It was possible the early disappointment could have sent Blue on a downward spiral of tilt, ending their season with an even earlier exit from Worlds. That is, if it wasn't for a kind opponent who approached Deft with some positivity after the game.
Aww.
I saw Deft crying after the game, and I really respect him, and I went to him after the game and I gave him a hug and I said, shit happens, you know, like in the end, life continues, you will do better next time, and I think he was really grateful for it.
되게 착해요. 착한 부분 때문에 친해지게 됐고.
Reckless was Fnatic's AD carry, a rising European star at the time that shared a surprising number of similarities to the crazy high school kids of Blue. Just a few years prior, he was in their shoes, giving
Holy
up
shit,
his
he's a
future to
baby
commit
here.
himself to competitive League of Legends full time.
He's
at
like
a very
Sumail
young
and
age.
Dota.
His goal was to one day grow into becoming one of the best AD carries in the world, which is why he found so much inspiration in Deft.
Well, I guess it basically all started last year. My eye catched him, you know, along the way when I was looking for people to look up to. I was a big fan of him. I even named one of my accounts like European Deft. He thought that was super cool. So he actually reached out to me and added me on the league client when we went to boot camp in Korea. So for me, that made me feel really appreciated, you know, as a person and as a player.
League of Legends is a famously taxing experience on its players' mental health.
This just reinforces the fact that out of everybody I've seen so far in League of Legends, like streamers, content creators, fucking co-streamers, whatever, I think my favorite person is Reckless. I think he's just chill. He's super composed in most of his games and his playstyle. I just love watching this ADC gameplay, and that's pretty much where I learned a lot of what not to do and what to do. Even though the champs he plays are completely different than what I'm playing. And I suck, but I'm trying to get better watching his VODs from his Korea climb. And it just reinforces it. You know, the Reckless, fucking amazing person, I guess. Really hard to decide per role, so many criteria. He is Deft's teammate when it won in 2022. Oh, Beryl and Deft. I think I've seen it then. I should have seen it. But it was so focused on Deft. Only support that comes close to carry in terms of the GOAT title. Deft and Reckless. Feels good, man. Friendship.
Which is why the friendships Deft makes over the course of his career will be an integral part of his development. Making connections through gaming has always been an important
The
part of
alpaca.
his journey, and I'll tell you right now, Deft only finds success when he's surrounded and supported by teammates and friends to rely on. That's what made it so sad. This connection led to a terrible heartbreak.
Oh no. Oh no. Why you gotta say this? I mean, it's competition. Eventually, you just gotta go against one another.
After 2014 Worlds, League of Legends experienced what came to be known as the Great Korean Exodus. At the start of the 2015 offseason, foreign markets of North America, Europe, and China all began making such large free agency offers to top Korean players.
Actually, yeah,
most left their
I've
home
heard
region.
this.
China in particular had developed a genius idea where major live streaming services teamed up with LPL clubs to create the kinds of offers Korean pros couldn't refuse.
Yeah.
The idea was an LPL team would make a free agency offer in conjunction with a live streaming website for a particular pro. The live streamer added additional money to the contract, inflating the salary, all but guaranteeing the player would accept, and in exchange, the site would get to add certain riders to the deal, like the player would have to stream on their website exclusively and need a certain number of hours streamed each week or month. In theory, the live stream service could turn a profit subsidizing these contracts by then promoting themselves as the exclusive place to watch these one-of-a-kind top Korean
Yeah, it
pros,
happens in
which
Dota
could
as
work
well.
if it resulted in millions of viewers joining their site, something that
Except for Dota, it's mostly for the Chinese players. There's not really... There hasn't really been a lot of poaching happening in terms of Chinese teams trying to get players from other regions, because there is a language barrier. The only player, like, they poach Southeast Asian players, because Malaysian players and Singaporean players, we are able to speak Chinese. It's different, but we are able to understand Chinese if you're just around them long enough. So most of the time they're poaching Southeast Asian players. The only case of... Well, there's two cases I can think of at the top of my head. One is Black, who is a European player. He went to join Vici Gaming for a brief period of time, but he also joined the team alongside Ice, who was a Singaporean player who was able to speak English as well. So his communication was basically limited to really basic words. Then there's Sumail, who I compared to Young Reckless earlier. He was, at the time, I think he was already a pretty seasoned veteran, and he joined, I forgot what team it was. Maybe it was Team Aster for one TI run. And they actually did pretty good, all things considered, with the language barrier and everything. Somehow they managed to communicate. I think there was one Chinese player in the team that was able to speak English and tell him stuff that the team wanted to convey. But beyond this, there really isn't any poaching happening. It's mostly nowadays, especially because I think the China scene is dead in Dota. The Southeast Asian players who are really fucking good, they'll go to Europe. The North American players who are really fucking good, they'll go to Europe. Because, like, right now, it is mostly only Europe versus CIS, which is like Russian teams. China teams are still in the competition, but it just feels like they're forever known as the Uncrowned Kings. Ame is still competing. Ame is who I compared to Uzi. But there's an entire list of Uncrowned Kings in Chinese Dota. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. And because they are Uncrowned Kings, the scene... There was the whole match fixing thing as well, which pretty much ruined the future of Chinese Dota.
Possible with China being the largest region in League of Legends. I'm not sure it's clear how well this business strategy worked out for the websites, but this system did a phenomenal job prying away big names from Korea.
Yeah.
Faker stayed with SK Telecom, turning down some $1 million offers to do so, but he was pretty much the only one that did.
Yeah.
Virtually every other big name star left in the Exodus.
I even heard
including the entirety
Doran
of
was
Samsung
offered.
White. Fresh off their
Before
World
he joined
Championship,
T1.
Samsung's players were some of the hottest free agents
Pays
on the
as well
market.
was in
Plenty of Chinese
China for a
clubs
bit.
started throwing inflated contracts their way, hoping to convince them to join the LPL, which they all did. For all the power and wealth the Samsung Corporation had, they apparently weren't willing to spend any of it to keep their League of Legends division around. As a result, the defending world champions disbanded, a sad development for anyone hoping to see them try and repeat a title. Deft in the meantime was still recovering from 2014 Worlds. Losing in semifinals to his sister team and friend was almost too much to bear, as he later stated that was the worst moment of his entire career.
저희가 4강에서 떨어지고 결승을 직관을 하러 갔는데 형제 팀이 결승에 갔다 보니까 그 월드컵 경기장에서 결승을 했었거든요. 근데 이제 거기가 제가 사는 집 바로 옆이어서 제가 어렸을 때 축구 경기도 보러 갔었는데 그런 무대에서 결승을 하는 게 너무 부럽고 또 그 경기를 보는데 저희 형제 팀이 너무 잘하는 거예요.
This is really bad form coming from the mid lane as well. The teleport being caught. He may just be going down on this one. Who's taking up the turret? What's caught? He flashes away.
이제 형들이 우승하겠구나 하고 보다가 뭔가 그 밑에서 보고 있는 제가 너무 되게 초라해 보여서 숙소로 가서 연습을 했던 기억이 있는데 다시 그렇게 초라해지지 말아야겠다 하면서 되게 열심히 할 수 있는 것 같아요.
Feeling frustrated at the blown opportunity, Deft wanted to do something about it, so for Season 5, he decided
he probably couldn't find a game because everyone was watching Worlds.
He would make the proactive move
Trying to
to
solo
leave
queue.
and start over with a new organization.
너무 분하고 이 삼성 화이트를 꺾을 수 있는 팀을 들어가야겠다. 아니면 그런 팀을 만들어 봐야겠다.
Shortly after this conviction, Deft received an offer to join an LPL club himself. The offer came from a team named Edward Gaming, who were one of the top Chinese organizations. They actually shared quite a few similarities to Deft, as they too dominated their domestic scene in 2014, winning back-to-back LPL titles as the clear best org in China, yet like Deft, they also had a disappointing Worlds, with some rough losses in group stage, followed with an early exit in bracket. In some ways, the two entities were kindred spirits, some of the most talented and impressive stars in the game yet to prove themselves internationally, and perhaps feeling that connection, Deft agreed to sign on with EDG for Season 5. This was a talented roster that had a genuine shot to compete for a world title in the following year, especially with Deft's addition. EDG gave him the opportunity to take down his old rivals, not to mention the opportunity to reunite with a friend.
I still don't know how language barriers work though. If you're joining a Chinese team as a Korean, it was Deft and Pawn.
Pawn had
What in the orange Cassidy is this?
In the Exodus, finalizing his contract just before Deft joined the team. I'm sure if Deft had any reservations about moving off to the LPL, the prospect of reuniting with his old Samsung buddy convinced him to take the leap. It was always a nerve-wracking choice to make, as Deft was just 17 years old at the time, still a shy kid, now moving off to a foreign country where he didn't speak the language. But he believed this was a team he could help
Brother,
build
I was playing Maple Story at 17. Jesus Christ.
into a world champion. At the start of
Well,
Season
Dota as
5,
well, but
this
you
new
know.
roster hit the ground running. In the massive 12-team LPL, they finished the spring regular season in first place with a 17-4-1 series result, only losing one set, and a 38-6 total game record. Their dominance continued in the following playoff bracket, although the roster did have to eke out a win against their historic rival WE 3-2 in quarterfinals. They made quick work of Invictus Gaming in semis to make themselves favorites heading into grand finals.
These are all names
where
you
they
see in
now
Dota
met up
as well.
against LGD Gaming, a team piloted by a star player Deft and Pawn knew all too well.
Oh, it's the touchy guy.
Imp was another one of the Samsung stars that left in the Korean exodus. After winning a world championship with White and winning the hearts of international viewers, he had become such a big name, many were calling him one of the best AD carries in the world.
Only time a League player touches grass, right there.
With his history as a teammate to Pawn and a rival slash mentor to Deft, Imp was in prime position to end EDG's title run, and with the way this grand final started, it looked like he might do exactly that.
But with a teleport, we're talking about a lot of men. This wave's coming back as well. Now TVQ going to wrap around. That's good damage coming through. The ulti going to look for a bit of flashes come through for Deft. Just missed the ulti, but the knockup coming in. First blood for TVQ as Akon come down here as well. So probably doesn't mind too much. Maybe now with Akon there.
Dude, I thought his name LGBT. I mean, all the letters are there, but you know.
Actually just channels the ulti right on top of them in. Takes a decent amount of burst damage with Akon coming in. Massive Sejuani are going to catch them. Mako, TVQ almost dies. An Imp now has to run away. He's in trouble now. Koro coming in. Koro, can he line up the Mega now? He's going into the form. He doesn't have his ulti or flash, sorry. And he goes back in. Akon gets low, but a kill there for Godby. Koro goes down. Deft will follow, and a massive trade there as Ori gets a double.
The first 4 games went back and forth, with Imp constantly threatening to take grand finals, but Deft and Pawn were doing well fighting back. They forced a full 5-game series, entering the last match ready to play their best. The final game started off the same way the rest of the series had gone.
I know Silver Scrapes is a thing for, like, generally everywhere, right? Dude, does the Chinese casters or like the tournaments, do they play Silver Scrapes as well? Is it that significant over there as it is for the Western audience or the Korean audience? We don't have this in Dota. I know it's hype, and I always mention whenever they show Silver Scrapes in like these videos and these promo packages and all that, they always just show like the first parts of it. They don't give a shit about the dubstep part, which is funny because I hate that part as well. Dota and League are both dying. We can't compete with mobile games. Unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, it's understandable, right? Because everyone has a mobile phone. Not a lot of people have PCs or could afford PCs, especially in this day and age where a RAM costs like a kidney. Will increase again if LPL actually wins. Hard to say, but we'll see.
On with teams trading a tight lead back and forth. One slip up or mistake could be enough to swing this title one way or another in a very high pressure situation. The kind of high pressure situation EDG and Deft were perhaps known for choking. That's what made it so special when Deft and Pawn made it to late game and somehow did this.
Here from LGD. They're on top of the Baron. There's the teleport coming through. Ultimate already in for Twist of Hades. So close, and Akon forced the port lane. Clearlove going back in. Akon around the side, but Deft finally makes it in. Godby getting tanked up as well. Clearlove actually dies as Pawn goes back in, and Mako's not here, and Deft now
That's severe.
Koro does so much work in the back line, but it might not be enough here. Pawn needs to find a kill to win, but he QSS's out. Imp gets the kill. That's 2 kills. Deft goes back in, flashes aggressive. Pawn needs to kite away. Deft, what the hell? Gets a triple kill, gets the quadra, gets the penta kill. What on earth is going on?
Penta kill from the Korean duo Deft and Pawn wins them this game. They still have a minion wave. Koro's still alive, and that should be it.
What happened? One turret down. EDG are training down these turrets. Can they take out the game? PYL's back. TVQ's back as well. Imp is going in with EDG. They're committing. They want to go for the next.
It's fine.
They take it out. The once and future kings ascend again to the throne. EDG, your 2015 LPL Spring winners.
Nothing is gonna beat the moment where the Nexus survived on 1 HP and the inhib respawned. Nothing's gonna beat that moment ever.
Spring split. For a player who struggled with these kinds of situations, to get the perfect revenge against the star that knocked him out of Worlds, it must have been incredibly cathartic. But he didn't have time to celebrate because the job wasn't done. In fact, it had only just begun because this victory qualified EDG for the second biggest international tournament in League of Legends. By the time Season 5 rolled around, League fans had been clamoring for a while to see more international events. The only big tournaments hosted in the past 2 years were Season 3 and Season 4 Worlds, which were exciting in part because of the scarcity. Only having one big international event each year was part of what solidified the legacies of Faker and Pawn as these exciting star carries that could perform so well under so much pressure. But even so, League fans wanted more international competition like they had in earlier seasons, so in response, Riot introduced a new international tournament for 2015. The Mid-Season Invitational, or MSI, was
Initially, when I wasn't aware of what MSI stood for, I thought it stood for the computer brand. It blew my mind when people told me that it was Mid-Season Invitational. And I also thought, okay, it's called Mid-Season Invitational. Maybe it's sponsored by the computer brand as well. It has nothing to do with the computer brand. Mind blown, bro.
It's an international event that aimed to pit all the spring champions from each region against each other halfway through the season. It contained a smaller field of teams than Worlds and had a shorter schedule and format as a result. But even so, seeing domestic champions from every region in the world come together for an international event was always a big deal, and League fans soon saw it as the most impressive competition to win outside of Worlds. That of course meant it was a pretty big deal. Deft just won qualification for the first ever MSI. EDG were China's representatives going into MSI 2015, and with the squad coming off their third domestic title in a row, they were certainly considered one of the favorites to win. The other team favorited were Korea's spring champions.
All roads lead to
SKT
Faker.
and Faker had been through quite a bit over the past year and a half, and were frankly going through a bit of a lull in their history. Although SKT won Season 3 Worlds and dominated the OGN Winter Split after that, they started struggling for the rest of 2014, losing so much in bracket, mostly to Pawn, they didn't qualify for Worlds that year and didn't get a shot to defend their title.
Damn.
Not only that, but the roster lost 3/5 of their stars to the Korean Exodus, having to rebuild with a series of players from their sister team. SKT were in rough shape for Season 5, but going into spring, Faker was eager to make his way back to the top.
At the end, yeah, I agree. And Nagne coming in onto Faker. Faker flashes ahead. He's in trouble here. Faker turns. Does he get Nagne? He does. Wow, Faker. What do you know? He's really good on Victor. There's a double kill.
That's like my first time seeing Faker on Victor.
What the hell was that? I can't believe he managed to pull that off.
At the start of Season 5, Faker was back in form and led SKT to steamroll their way through the LCK Spring Split with relative ease. After a 3-0 sweep in Grand Finals, they punched their own ticket to the inaugural MSI, ensuring the next chapter of Deft, Pawn, and Faker's story would be written at this historic event. The first few days of MSI were pretty calm. Group stage was relatively easy for the tournament favorites as they qualified for the bracket without too much trouble. Because everyone assumed they'd be meeting up in Grand Finals later on, their one group stage game against each other was seen more so as a teaser for finals than anything else. SKT won the match, but it kind of felt like these teams were holding back. There was a sense of restraint, as if these lineups were saving their best strategies for later on. Viewers got to see that rematch just a few days later as both teams won their semifinals series, but when Grand Finals began to determine a champion, there was a bit of a surprise because Faker wasn't playing. SKT started the series with a mid laner named EasyHoon, who was known to be slightly better than Faker on a few specialty champions. Eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed EasyHoon was an old friend to Deft, starting as the mid laner on the original MVP Blue roster before Pawn replaced him in 2014 winter. After Pawn came in to take his job, Easy moved off to SKT where he played on one of their sister teams, now rostered as the 6th man in this tournament lineup. I'm sure he was eager for this
but
series
Faker
as it
didn't
provided
get to
him his
play.
own opportunity for revenge, and in Game 1, he came out swinging on Cassiopeia.
Extremely strong. His Annie is as well, which is why he knows how to play against it so well. Pawn getting stuck in the mid lane. EasyHoon actually hit him with a Noxus Blast just earlier to stop his back, and it results in the kill as Bengi comes in.
SKT hit the ground running as EasyHoon led them to a crushing victory in Game 1. By the end of the match, he had a perfect KDA ratio, but it was only the start of the series. In Game 2, EDG picked Cassiopeia. Led by Pawn and Deft, they came back in a rebound victory that evened the series up 1-1, with Deft in particular starting to reach his peak level of play, as if he really wanted to win this championship. In Game 3, SKT ran it back with EasyHoon, trying to recapture some of the magic of Game 1, but Pawn and Deft were now in form, with Edward Gaming absolutely crushing the match in a crazy one-sided fashion to take a 2-1 lead. This is what finally brought Faker back into the series.
Over to Clear Love, it's something they needed to get those stats in. Marin is in a great spot to stop.
Or was it a different one and I'm misremembering? I think it probably is.
Happening in retreat right now for EDG, and
So they could just switch players on a win. That's pretty insane.
But I think Mako is going to be a second kill as well, and that is another double kill for Faker's Kassadin.
Faker getting fed at this point, 5-0-6. This is when he starts just blowing people up.
In Game 4, Faker re-entered the lineup and played like Faker does. Here, he picked the hypercarry Kassadin and led SKT to a win that evened the series up 2-2, sending us into a final Game 5 to determine a champion. This was the first full 5-game set to ever occur in grand finals of a major international League of Legends tournament, and with both teams so evenly matched, nobody knew who would win. If anyone had the momentum, it was SKT, with Faker coming into the lineup and dominating Game 4, so EDG had to do something to try to neutralize him, right? Well, they certainly did something. So for all of Faker's accomplishments at this point in his career, the most unbeatable part of his gameplay was his mastery of the champion LeBlanc. LeBlanc is already a flashy hard carry mage with all sorts of combo tricks that can make her near impossible to beat in the right hands, but Faker abused her on a level nobody else could match. Up until now, Faker had never lost a game while playing LeBlanc, period. He had picked her 10 times in competitive play and won every single one of those matches. In fact, the first ever game he played her was against MVP Blue back in 2013 spring, where he absolutely...
It's the first time for everything, though.
They may decide to just dunk him under turret. They are. They're going in on impact. Faker coming in, doing a ton of damage to Chunju, and Chunju's not going to get out of there. Oh, wow. Chunyang coming in. Can he catch anybody, though? Impact taking some damage. Repel coming down. Again, Chunyang just needs to get out of there. Flop. Oh, he gets the snare on Impact. They're not done yet. Impact casts the dash away. Faker with the chase. He's going to go in and assassinate.
Jesus.
And that distortion combined with the flash, getting him out, saying these are some of the most impressive LeBlanc plays I have ever seen, Noah.
Yeah.
You can hear it in the commentary. Faker did things nobody else could do with this champion, all of which is to say, the very first step of neutralizing Faker, especially in this pivotal Game 5 to determine the first champion of MSI, step 1 has to be banning LeBlanc, right?
There is so much pressure on these guys. You
just
can
let it through.
Seasoned veterans possible, but when you're in a situation like this, in the 5th game of an international tournament that had the #1 teams from all the major regions around the world, and one pick and one game can change your destiny there, you have to respect LeBlanc. It would put a shock through just the mentality of everyone in that game.
It is open now.
If you miss those spells, you're in bad trouble. With Alistar, it's not as bad. Does he lock it in? Coma's right over the shoulder here, talking to Faker, saying, I don't know what he's saying, but if he locks it in, he's saying, play LeBlanc. Bengi's hovering the new. 18 seconds left on the clock. Faker, stone cold. His look. Could he switch off it? Is he toying with everyone? Faker's LeBlanc, one of the best.
Yes,
He locks it in for Game 5.
Faker has never lost with LeBlanc.
There is a first time for everything.
Instead of banning LeBlanc,
I don't know how this is gonna end, though.
Biggest gamble in competitive League of Legends history. The team specifically baited Faker into choosing LeBlanc so that they could pick a series of champions that could, in theory, counter her.
But
namely, they would sacrifice playing a full AP carry mid lane, instead picking the support-oriented Morgana. Pawn could use Morgana to mitigate Faker's LeBlanc if he played perfectly, but that meant EDG would only have one true carry played by Deft bot lane. This was insanity. EDG's composition would probably get an early lead. They were built for early games, so it shouldn't be hard to get some kills and early objectives, but the team would always be on a ticking clock. If they didn't get a big enough lead, or if they didn't win the game fast enough, they would almost certainly lose in the later stages of the match. And if Faker ever got going on his best champion,
all in
the
snowball
series
comp, I
would be
guess.
over. This moment was the most pressure EDG's players had ever faced.
Statistical category farm-wise, which is what's keeping them back in this game.
Right up against the turret. Is this the finalizer from Faker here? Can he clean up the fight? Koro a little too tanky for the damage they're bringing. There's the mirror image from Faker. He's just dancing around. Pulls back in. Faker's good to go. Binding, preventing any of that crowd control from hurting. SKT's disengaged, but it's going to be Bang putting himself right in the fight. Koro's already teleported in from the backside as well. Bang falls down. Wolf gets one last passive control on to, I believe, Deft, and he goes down as well. The double kill finally coming in for Pawn. He's been looking to get something going on the Morgana.
Faker and his Soul Stealer were not in that fight. They did match the teleports, but that's exactly the fight EDG needed to find since they are running out of time. Pawn are in there. It opened up just a small enough window for them to go. There's Several. They really want to fight.
They just hit their spell shields to block Faker's damage. They are going to get in onto Wolf, though. Good kill coming from Deft. They are still following with a bit of on-the-hunt pressure. Righteous Glory just wears off, and they go in. Koro's right in the middle with Ben from Maelstrom on. That's a huge wall damage. The Soul Shackle causing SKT to flash out every which way. EDG is all over SKT, all over the health bars, and they drop everyone but Baggy and Faker. Teleport plays have saved SKT more than once. Will it be this time again? They do lose out on Faker there. Faker comes in. Faker doesn't have that many stacks on that Magi. He's only 7 now. Now he's starting to stack it up as he takes down Mako. He still has eyes
Wait,
on the rest of the
Magi's
team.
first item?
Blizzard of Sorcery on him as well to get out a bit of extra damage. Koro finds him with the Twisted Advance as he pulls back to Distortion, and he can't get out alive. Marin's forced to turn as soon as he gnars out.
Drog right now. SKT again going in to force this dragon. Here's a fight.
Bengi in the front. Absolute Zero gets popped immediately. Hardly any damage to be delivered there. And Marin, he's going to get the binding. He's going to gnar. That may be enough time.
He's
but
gonna
SKT actually doesn't
gnar.
go back in. It's just kind of saving him for now. But Koro finds his way in. Wolf's going to be next. Do they follow over the wall? No. They get position, and they are going to back and start to push that mid.
And something I thought I would never see. Faker failed his distortion over the wall in the middle of that fight, which really helped EDG push because that's the way they could find SKT, a normally very elusive team. But this is another very dangerous Baron. EDG needs it to win. Here comes SK Telecom.
Bengi not there for the 50-50. Baron going very low at 1,500. It is going to go over to clear.
There goes Faker.
They take down Faker immediately. EDG could have eyes on the base. Marin's going to be a distraction, but he's going down very fast, even as Meganar. Edward Gaming could have eyes on the Nexus, and we're 37 minutes in. SKT is going to try to put up one hell of a defense here.
Baron minions, the damage dealers down outside of Bank. 5 people alive for EDG. They are one push away from the Mid-Season Invitational Championship.
Bengi, Bang, and Wolf now trying to keep them from being extinct in the Mid-Season Invitational. Here's the last engage. EDG doesn't even see the turrets. Eyes on SKT. SK Telecom T1
Strategy worked.
The Nexus turrets are going down. LPL's Edward Gaming are the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational Champions.
Yeah, sometimes you train for these, right? These strategies. I don't know if they scrimmed against T1's LeBlanc, but these types of things happen as well. Because I remember OG versus LGD finals, game 5. They let LGD have the undefeated Earthshaker, and they just vibe draft their own stuff. Like, they didn't give a shit who counters who, and they still won. So it is, all it takes is one game. You can be undefeated, all it takes is one game.
EDG had done it. They managed to outplay
In reverse of that, Liquid versus OG finals, Liquid let OG have their undefeated IO, and that didn't go as well. So
SK Telecom.
it could go
and
either
were
way.
Now champions. The win was extra special for Deft, who overcame so many demons in this series. He didn't get tilted, he didn't choke. Even with all the intensity of the whole world watching, this shy Korean kid never let the pressure get to him. He played like the best AD carry in the world, toppling his high school rival.
Feels good, man.
And for a brief moment in history, Edward Gaming were the best team in League of Legends.
Feels really good, man.
After MSI ended, all teams returned to their home regions to play through the summer split. There were still domestic competitions to be held, but most competitive viewers were already looking forward to 2015 Worlds. After all, as impressive as Edward Gaming's MSI accomplishment was, you still had to win a world championship if you truly wanted to be crowned the best. Unfortunately, EDG suffered from a bit of a post-MSI hangover. In the following LPL summer split, the squad continued playing well, winning their group in the regular season, but they slipped up down the stretch. In the weeks following the conclusion to the regular season, they opened the playoff stage by getting swept 3-0 to LGD and Imp, who went on to win that summer split. EDG had still made it to Worlds as China's #2 seed off championship points from their spring performance, which is really all that mattered. Making it to Worlds means you have a shot to win. It means getting to participate in the international scrimmages and competition, meeting up with players and teams you don't normally get to see, including all your old rivals and old friends.
일단 훈이 선수도 저한테 가기 전에
Reckless had made it to Worlds himself as a part of Europe's #1 seeded Fnatic. Although he left his team to play for another European roster in the spring split, he rejoined Fnatic in time for summer, which he then led to a championship and qualification to Worlds, meaning he got to meet up with his old friend for the first time since they had seen each other last year.
이게 작년에도 백크리 선수가 우승하라고 꼭 그랬었는데 제가 우승을 못했었는데 이번에는 꼭 둘 중에 한 명이 우승했으면 좋겠어요.
Everyone was excited to see how Deft would perform at this event. Even as China's #2 seed, his team were one of the favorites to take home the title as defending MSI champions, and EDG were working harder than ever to make that happen. When asked about the team's training regimen in interviews, Deft stated, quote, "You practice till you drop. Everyone is pumped and competitive around this time. I went to sleep at 3 last night, and 30 minutes later, I was back up after I was reminded of last year's experience." This year was going to be different. Deft was the best AD carry in the world on one of the best teams out there.
Sometimes doing these is like detrimental, right? I mean, of course it is detrimental in general, but it's detrimental to your mindset. You can't really focus on the game because you don't have enough sleep. And you get so anxious that once Worlds actually does arrive and you gotta play, you gotta show up for the games, yeah, you're not in the best state of mind or like state of presence, state of play. It's fucking PlayStation. It was a meme. Played in a tech pause so long before game 5 and it's like a tradition now. I know the 6 hours thing. Ugh, cannot imagine.
Let anyone stop him from lifting the Summoner's Cup, or at least that's what he thought until group stage when he ran into a familiar foe.
All roads lead to Faker.
From SK Telecom. Take, just play, push it down to there it is. Flash and Deft with the room pressing.
Oh, the Q lands, and that's going to be the kill. Hold not needed. Faker picks up the 7th kill of the game for SK Telecom T1, and just like that, they run towards Baron.
EDG had to play SK Telecom in groups and lost both their matches as SKT firmly took back the title of best team in the world.
Bangkok Titans.
This was a heartbreaking step backwards for the organization, but it didn't mean things were over quite yet. EDG still made it out of groups to qualify for the next stage of Worlds, and anything can happen in a single elimination knockout bracket, as Deft knew all too well. EDG did have a tougher road to follow though. The way Worlds group stage worked was teams who finished on top of their group were randomly drawn to face teams who got the second qualification spot. So because of EDG's losses against SKT, they'd have to play a better opponent in quarterfinals, and the team they were randomly drawn to face was tougher in more ways than one.
이번에 둘 중에 한 명이 우승했으면 좋겠어.
Star, he fancies this one. He's going to pulverize onto Clearlove. The Unbreakable Will is there as well. Rainover's jumped in. Deft has got dunked by the Cataclysm, and he's dropped. The grand challenge is onto Hooney's game. In this series, Goro and Deft are running for their lives, and they will get run down. Deft will drop the hammer, but it will not matter. Walk away and get shut down. Rainover's out. It's a double for Reckless. He wants to run down more. Deft, his brother in arms, will be his dead man in arms. That's a triple. Hooney finds Clearlove in the back, and Reckless with the rest of Fnatic. They're on to the Nexus, and Fnatic
3-0 with them too.
For the second year in a row, Deft was eliminated from Worlds by a close friend. Not only that, 2015 Worlds also ended with his high school rival going off to win his second title. It was clear who the more successful player was between these two carries. Faker was the name everyone knew as the best pro in league. Deft might be a great domestic player, perhaps a top 80 carry in the game, but for some reason or another, he was struggling to prove it on the biggest international stage. In League, the World Championship is everything. If Deft can't ever conquer this event, he'll regret it for the rest of his life, and it looked like Faker might always be showing up to take him down anytime he gets close.
It's so not fair though. It's like being a piano player and you just learned how to play for Elise and you're being compared to Mozart.
That's partly why, in the coming years, Deft was about to team up with SKT's biggest rival to build the most talented super team in League of Legends history.
This is really the Faker and SKT team.
By the end of 2015, Deft had already faced an unusually cruel amount of misfortune. 2 world championships in a row now, he came in as the in all likelihood best AD carry in the world, on teams favored to win it all, yet both times he...
Okay, that was done. Okay. So I said I was gonna only watch the first 2 parts of it, and we're good. I don't want to make the video too long. I don't think anyone's gonna fucking watch a whole 4-hour video. So I will stop here for the time being, and the next time I stream, we'll try to get through another 1.5 hours of it. Probably like finish part 4, and I'll leave part 5 for another video by itself. The piano tiles rise. Oh man. Okay, it is 8 p.m. for me. I think it is time to go off. I need to go eat, and I need to go edit. Tomorrow I will be posting the reaction to the greatest caster calls, and I've added some like Dota caster lines as well. So hopefully y'all look forward to that. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. If I can, I'll hop on. If not, then I will see you guys on Thursday for sure. And I think I will edit this one, and actually no, I might edit the T1, the office tour thing, and post it up on Saturday, and maybe I'll leave this one for next week. So thank you guys for watching. Those of you who tuned in, those of you who watched me play games and watched me suck in bronze. I did win all my games today, so that's a feels good, man. All right, thank you guys for watching. Hope you all have a wonderful day. I will see you guys when I see you. I am tired. Yeah, peace. Thanks for watching. Hope you all have a wonderful day.